Yo, what's up, video gamers? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a most lovely Friday. Hopefully everybody in the Florida area, everybody in the path of Hurricane Milton has stayed safe and is doing okay. Definitely thinking about you all this week. And hopefully everybody is ready for some Pokemon TCG content, because that's what we've got going on today. Thank you so much for those subs to get the stream kicked off as well. Craig with the sub and the 39 months. Craig, it was a pleasure to play GLC against you yesterday. We had a great time. Had some great games. Man, I got the itch to play some Gym Leader Challenge again. That really was a treat. I haven't played Gym Leader Challenge in probably since my baby was born. So like, haven't played GLC in like 6 weeks. So yeah, it was a real treat to get to play again. So thank you so much for joining us yesterday. Thank you, Grigner, for that sub and the 6 months. Thank you, Hiro Kawami, for the sub and the 16 months, and Random Effect for that sub and the 17 months. Yes, we did get some very good games in. There were some really good comebacks. Just a lot of awesome stuff all around. So definitely thought we had some great games worth watching and showing off. Now, on the schedule today, I've got TCG Pocket scheduled. I've been posting my weekly schedules of the things that I intend to do every day on the in the Tricky Gym Discord, discord.gg/trickygym. All right, Pig Chef says, Mr. Jim, if you don't have anything for me to edit for the rest of the month, I will gladly edit your TCG format Stunlock into a 100,000 view video. Please let me cook. Do you think... I was thinking to myself, like, I want to kind of make a YouTube video about that. Because that seemed like a really big topic of discussion. I mean, we got the tweet. The tweet itself has 1,000 likes and a lot of discourse. There's a lot of comments and a lot of retweets and things like that. So I think I was thinking that I kind of want to make a video on this topic because it was really interesting to discuss. However, I feel like when I was doing it on stream, I don't know. I feel like I could put more. I could give more context. Like I feel like I need to re-record a lot of like context for some of these decisions, right? And for some of the commentary on the different formats. I feel like I was kind of sparse with some of my explanations when I did it on stream, or kind of was like all over the place, randomly saying this or that. Less context equals more rage comments. I do want to get some stuff for you to edit, though, Pig. I was thinking of making this video, though. But I think that there should be more context given. Like I really should go into like each of the valleys and each of the peaks and kind of like explain them thoroughly, instead of it just being like, oh yeah, GXs were sick. I think this has the potential to be like a very high interest video. So I think I would want to do like I'd want to do, I think, a better job doing that than just the stream cut. I know. I need to work on my documentaries too. I know. I've got a crying infant at home though. It's been a lot. Listen, there's been a lot going on in the Mahone household lately. So, little dude is just 6 weeks old. It has been kind of an all hands on deck situation at home. Do I want a 2-hour essay with less views and comments but more constructive, or a 30-minute video with 100K views and lots of rage comments? I still think I can capture some of that off-the-cuff energy from the stream, but the stream, I was like making the thing. Yeah. I think that... I think that I can do a better job on that. But I'll get you something to work on next week, Pig. I promise. Okay, I'll get you something. Whether it's tabletop or something, I'll get you something. I'll do some poking around and I'll get you a video to edit, because I didn't get a YouTube video out this week, but that's okay. We've got things to discuss today, chat, on the schedule. In the Tricky Gym Discord, I did say that it was going to be a Pokemon TCG Pocket Friday, and I have every intention of playing TCG Pocket today. But, random things keep happening. Like, we've got all 106 Supercharged Breaker main set cards have been revealed. So, like, should I do a set review today? And that's, like, another thing that we could do. Thank you, Murtog, for that sub and the 43 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for the continued supports. Yeah. So that's worth thinking. Upside down draw 3 cards on the bottom of your deck. That's hilarious. So let's do for the 200 of you hanging out in the early bird crowd, let's do a poll. What do you guys choose your own adventure today? TCG, okay. Choose your own adventure. TCG Pocket. Set review. There you go. 3 minutes. Now, if we do TCG Pocket today, then I'll just do the set review on Monday. But if we do the set review today, then I'll probably do TCG Pocket all day on Monday. Search your deck for the 3 Pokemon tool cards with Technical Machine in their name and put them into your hand. Why would you need 3 tool cards with Technical Machine in the name in your hand? You can only use one of them. I guess like this kind of card would be really good for a this kind of card would be really good for like a Rotom V-Star deck. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like a Rotom V-Star or that Whimsicott. Yeah, like literally, right? Put any number of tool cards for your discard pile to the lost zone. Yeah, I guess so, right? Rotom V, put any number of tool cards for your discard pile to the lost zone. Yep. That. Or like, you guys remember that Whimsicott? Discard any number of tool cards from your Pokemon. Yeah, this thing. Stuff like that, right? It's a gym promo. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, this kind of card would be good in a tool drop style deck. And then for those of you guys that are wondering what tool drop is, Tool drop refers to the original tool dropper. Trubbish. Was this the original tool dropper? I think it was. 20 damage for each tool card attached to Pokemon in play. Yeah. Yeah, the original tool dropper. But the technical machines would be terrible for a tool dropper, right? Because you discard them. And tool drop just keeps... Dang. Tool drop's crazy. All right, so how many tools could you have in play? If you have Skyfield in play... if you have a Skyfield in play... No, but you don't want to have Skyfield in play. You want a Dimension Valley in play so that you could use tool drop for 1 psychic energy. Oh, Sigilyph. That's right. You played it with Sigilyph. And Sigilyph could wear like 4 tools or something silly like that. Thank you, Jager, for the sub and the 55 months. Thank you. Yeah, Toolbox, this guy. Oh, yeah. 4 tools? Holy moly. 4? What are you doing with all those tools, Sigilyph? All right, looks like 82% to 18% y'all want set review. That's cool. We'll do set review. I want to make the set review YouTube video anyway. Supercharged Breaker is right around the corner. Supercharged Breaker releases next Friday in Japan, so it's just 1 week until Supercharged Breaker releases. For those of you watching on the VOD channel, here is the results of the vote. This is the results of the Choose Your Own Adventure. 82%, 47 votes. Set review, 10 votes, TCG Pocket. And I do post in the Tricky Gym Discord. I post all of the... Will I also review Paradise Dragona for the vid? Of course. So this is going to combine. We're going to do Paradise Dragona. We're going to do these cards, and we're going to do the cards from the theme decks. All the cards that are going to be in our Supercharge or in our Surging Sparks set, so that we can get the Surging Sparks set review. Because Surging Sparks, I mean, pre-releases start for Surging Sparks, what, like soon, right? November 8th. So yeah, literally like the end of the month here. Yeah, so 2 weeks before this, November 8th, so it's 2 weeks before that is when pre-releases start. So what, the last week of the month, pre-releases are going to start for Surging Sparks. So yeah. That is very soon. And yes, I've been posting my weekly schedules here on Discord. I try to keep to them as much as I can, obviously. You know, some days it's going to be like a game time decision. Is like, the vibes are leading me towards TCG Live. Oh, God, I hate it when the vibes are leading me towards TCG Live. Or the vibes are leading me towards TCG Pocket. You know, some days you get an entire... Everybody wave to Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Hi. Lelgolt says, please give me tip on what to play in Standard. All right, chat. Lelgolt needs our help, chatters. Lelgolt needs our help. What should Lelgolt... Please, somebody help Lelgolt. Somebody. You should play Raging Bolt. If I have no knowledge of your skill level as a player or your comfort level with any specific deck in Standard format, I will blanket suggest to you that you play Raging Bolt. That is 100% the best deck. Like, it is the best deck for how difficult it is to play. Like, it's not very difficult to play, but is extremely strong and can win events. Therefore, my blanket suggestion will just be Raging Bolt. Play Raging Bolt. Yeah. 100%. Me with no knowledge of who you are and what you're good at and what decks you like and what cards you have. Play Raging Bolt. Yeah. That would be my suggestion. So good luck to you, Lelgolts, with your Raging Bolt deck. All right. You all chose your own adventure today, and the adventure you chose was set review. Set review days are always fun. No way! No way! Yo, Jack from Omnipoke is a freaking legend. How does he already have all of these done? These were just revealed. Dude. Yo, huge shout out to Jack from Omnipoke. PokemonProxies.com. My goat, dude. Look at all of these. These are all done by hand, by the way. These cards have not been revealed in English. He has taken these into like Photoshop and just Photoshopped them. Yeah. It's nuts. He's Photoshopped every single one of these cards. And he doesn't skimp. Like, you know, you even got like the terrible mouse hold in here. Why is Heliolisk colorless? Is this a colorless Pokemon? I thought this was a lightning dude. Now you're telling me normal and electric? Sorry, I've never heard of either of those types. All I've heard of is colorless and lightning. I've never heard of normal type Pokemon. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Brandon, have you led our chatters astray? It's messed up, man. I can't believe that. Mystery sets. Wow. So much cool stuff. We got the Sylveon EX deck, we've got the Saraledge deck, and we've got all the cards from Paradise Dragona. This is our set review. So we're going to have to go all the way down the page. That's it. It's this entire page. You guys buckled up? You ready to rock and roll? You ready to do this thing? Anybody need anything before we get started? Diet Coke, Subway Surfers in the corner. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, can we get some Family Guy clips going? Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. How exciting is that? All right. All right, folks, let's get into this thing. All of the cards from the upcoming Pokemon TCG set, Scarlet and Violet Surging Sparks, have now been revealed. Our Surging Sparks set is due out November 8th, and pre-releases start in the weeks leading up to that. So the last week in October and the first week of November. And our Surging Sparks set is going to be a combination of Japan's Supercharged Breaker, Paradise Dragona, and the Sylveon EX and Ceruledge EX decks. So those are going to be the cards that I'm reviewing in today's video. Huge shout out to Jack from Team Omnipoke, who runs the Pokemon. Huge shout out to Jack from Team Omnipoke, who runs the Pokemon Proxies website. He has done an incredible job translating and creating. He's done an incredible job creating proxies for all of the Surging Sparks cards. I know that a ton of work goes into this, so huge thanks again to Jack from Omnipoke, and definitely make sure to check out PokemonProxies.com. It's a great resource for card translations and proxy images of recently released cards. Let's go. Let's start things off with a big eggy boy, Exeggutor, a Stage 1 Grass-type Pokemon with 130 hit points. It's got the Explosion Hour attack, which costs 1 Grass energy. And it says, flip a coin for each energy attached to each active Pokemon. This attack does 60 damage for each heads. This is a very silly attack, and it's not very good. If you have 3 energy attached to Exeggutor and you have 3 energy attached to the defending Pokemon, then you're flipping 6 coins. On average, you'll flip 3 heads. That's 180 damage for 3 energy. There are just better Pokemon at dealing that amount of damage. Sorry, Exeggutor. There's also a new Durant EX, 190 hit point basic Pokemon E. 3 heads does 360 damage to Zard. Is this what we're doing for Charizard though? Is this really what we're doing? This is our Charizard counter? Really? Really? Look in the mirror and ask yourself, is this what we're gonna do to try and defeat the Charizard EX decks? Really? There's also a new Durant EX, basic grass-type Pokemon with 190 hit points and the Sudden Scrape ability, which says when you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench during your turn, you may use this ability, discard the top card of your opponent's deck. It's a mill 1 on a basic Pokemon EX. You don't have to attack to start attacking. You don't have to attack in order to disrupt your opponent's resources. That's nice, but it is a pretty weak mill at a mill of 1. Revenge Crash costs a grass and 2 colorless energy and does 120 damage plus 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. So it's really not the strongest attack. I wouldn't build a deck around trying to utilize Revenge Crash. At most, if your opponent has taken 4 prizes, you're going to be doing 240 damage. But at the beginning of the game, you're really not doing a lot. So I don't think that Revenge Crash is all that great. There are much stronger attackers in Standard. Sudden Scrape is interesting, though. If you bench 4 Durant EX in the same turn, then that's a mill 4. And then how would you redo that? I mean, you could have an Area 0 Underdepths in play and then bench a bunch of Durant, and then you could counter the Area 0 Underdepths with a Collapsed Stadium and then discard 4, right? And then you would have to recover all of those Durant from the discard pile, and then you'd have to bench them again. That is doing way too much, but that is how you could do it, right? There is a far better way to mill your opponent's deck in Standard formats, and that is Great Tusk. Yeah, Great Tusk Mill is the premier deck disruption mill deck. Great Tusk is definitely the premier mill deck in Standard right now, and I don't think Durant EX really adds anything to the equation. Why not both? I'll tell you exactly why. You wouldn't even want to play this in your Great Tusk deck because it's a 2-prize liability. When you're trying to mill your opponent out of cards in their deck, you really want to make the game last as long as possible. And by giving your opponent a target to knock out that gives up 2 prize cards, you're accelerating the pace of the game, and you are giving yourself less turns to run your opponent out of cards. So Durant EX is like working against the strategy that you're trying to go for. With this, you could just play Snorlax. You don't need Stinky Great Tusk in the active. Well, then why aren't we just playing Snorlax Control? Why are we using Mill 1? You have better mill cards in Snorlax Control. Yeah, just play the Snorlax Control deck then. Mill 1 is not doing anything in your Snorlax Control deck. This is still, if you are playing a Snorlax Control deck, this card is very bad in Snorlax Control, because then your opponent can just gust it up. There's a new Vivillon. There's a new Vivillon card, which is very cute. It's a Stage 2 Grass-type Pokemon with 120 hit points in the Evolution Powder attack, which costs 1 colorless energy and says for each of your bench Pokemon, search your deck for a card that evolves from that Pokemon and put it onto that Pokemon to evolve it. These kinds of attacks are pretty much always bad. It's a setup attack, but it's on a Stage 2 Pokemon. So you have to get a Stage 2 Pokemon out in order to then set up your other Pokemon. There is the Spupa and the Scatterbug with the evolutionary advantage abilities that allow you to evolve them the same turn you put them into play. So it is possible to get a turn 1 Vivillon Evolution Powder attack, but there are a million better things that you can do that would take up less deck space. Grotle, with its Sun-Drenched Shell ability, is just a better consistency Pokemon for... Grotle with the Sun-Drenched Shell ability is a better grass-type Pokemon, a better consistency Pokemon for grass decks, and then TM Evolution is just a better attack than Evolution Powder, because you can put TM Evolution on any Pokemon and use that attack. So really, this is pointless. Rabsca is a Stage 1 Grass-type Pokemon with 2 attacks. First attack, Triple Draw, lets you draw 3 cards. In its second attack, Sudden Twist, does 40 damage for Grass Energy, plus 200 if you've got 3 or fewer cards in your deck. I don't like these kinds of attacks. There was a Excadrill that was like okay for a little while that did a similar thing, but that Excadrill actually had a first attack that did 120 damage and discarded the top 4 cards of your own deck, so it actually helped you to get to the point where you could deal a bunch of damage with its second attack. But I don't think that this is going to be worth using in standard format. I mean, we already have a hyper-aggressive standard format where non-rule box Pokemon are having a difficult time surviving. I don't think a 70 hit point Rabsca that does 240 damage for a grass, if and only if you have 3 or fewer cards in your deck, it's just not making the cut. Victini always has a fun ability. This Victini has the Victory Cheer ability, which says attacks used by your Evolution Fire Pokemon do 10 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So, if you want to increase your Evolved Fire Pokemon's attacks by 10 damage, all you have to do is put a Victini on your bench. You could put up to 4 Victini on your bench. That's doing a lot, but you could to increase your damage dealt by 40. I don't really think that there's a huge application for this Victini in standard format right now, but damage fixing is always nice, and these kinds of cards have seen play throughout the game's history when you have to hit relevant numbers with specific attackers. So, Incineroar. Chatter's talking about Incineroar, man. Leave it to the chatters. Thank you, Bento Box Killer, for that sub and the 2 months. I appreciate it. And thank you, Quack Solo, for that sub as well. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Moltres only buffs basics. Incineroar, Cinderace, and Incineroar. My chatters are telling me that Victini can help boost the damage output of Incineroar EX and Cinderace EX. This is true. However, both Cinderace EX and Incineroar EX are bad Pokemon cards, and Victini is not fixing it, unfortunately. No. The problem with these cards is that they don't accelerate energy to themselves, but you know who does? Charizard EX. And Charizard EX is just the better card, and it always will be. But if there does ever arise a situation where dealing an additional 10 damage or 20 damage with your evolved fire-type Pokemon makes a big difference in the meta, Victini is here to offer its Victory Cheer. Throughout this review, you will hear me refer to cards that are good or at least considerations in Gym Leader Challenge formats. Gym Leader Challenge is my favorite way to play Pokemon cards. You can learn all about it at gymleaderchallenge.com. But what makes Gym Leader Challenge so different than standard formats is that there are no rule box cards allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format, so no Pokemon EX, no Radiant Pokemon, Pokemon V-Star, or anything like that. So the power level is much different in Gym Leader Challenge than it is in Standard. This Centiskorch here is a card that's at least interesting in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's a Stage 1 Fire-type Pokemon with 130 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Burning Fever, does 130 damage for 1 fire energy, and it also does 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. That is an awful lot of damage to deal to your own benched Pokemon, but Sometimes there are strategies that arise that take that damage that you deal to yourself and turn it into a positive. So maybe there will be some sort of rage attackers or something like that that can take advantage of the Burning Fever attack. There is, let's see, the Ogre Pawn. There is the Hearthstone. There is the Hearthflame Mask Ogre Pawn EX that is in Standard, which has the Wrathful Heart attack for a fire and 2 colorless energy. It does 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So if you used Burning Fever a bunch of times, you could put a whole bunch of damage counters on your benched Hearthflame Mask Ogre Pawn EX, and then Wrathful Hearth for like 1,000,000 billion damage. Is that a good strategy that's going to win you any games in Standard? Of course not, but it is a potential combination. The Terra trait nullifies it? It doesn't even work, bro. I thought that was just by your own. That doesn't even work. All right. Dang. Scratch that then. Never mind. All right. In Gym Leader Challenge format, 1 fire energy for 130 damage is not bad. We did just see Victini could make that 140 damage, and then you've got damage boosting tools like Muscle Band could make it even more damage. It's not bad for just 1 fire energy. This seems like a poorly researched set review. It looks like he's making it up as he goes. Yeah! What did you think? I always make it up as I go. It looks like the Wo-Chen here is kind of supposed to be played with the Rabska. They both have these attacks that do more if you have 3 or fewer cards left in your deck. I think this kind of strategy is terrible. Rabska only has 70 hit points in a Dusknoir meta. Just not viable. And the Sudden Twist attack does 40 damage plus 200 more damage if you have 3 or fewer cards in your deck. You got to get all the way to the bottom of your deck, and then you're doing 240 damage for 1 grass energy, which is decent, but there are just way better ways to deal that much damage. The Wo-Chen has the Green Hazard attack, which does 20 damage, and if you have 3 or fewer cards in your deck, the attack does 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. And you know who does damage to benched Pokemon way easier than that? Radiant Greninja, right? So just use Radiant Greninja instead. Its Moonlight Shuriken attack does 90 damage to 2 targets, and you don't have to have just 3 cards left in your deck in order to use it. Yeah, literally. It's just bad. It's bad, bad, bad. All right. Bad, 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 bad. I don't like this Tauros because I think the Hardy Tackle attack, even in like a Gym Leader Challenge context, 180 damage solely to stage 1, like that's a little too situational, I think. This Paldean Tauros has the Hardy Tackle attack for a fire and 2 colorless energy, does 90 damage plus 90 more damage if your opponent's active Pokemon is a stage 1 Pokemon. I don't really think that this is worth using in any context, not even Gym Leader Challenge format, because in Gym Leader Challenge format, basic attackers are very popular, sometimes stage 2 attackers and stage 1 attackers, but you're going to play a card in your 60 card deck that can only realistically target stage 1 Pokemon. It's probably not worth it. The Volcarona, like 3 for 150, 50 damage to itself. That's like not great. This guy's cool though. Skeledirge. 180 hit point Crocodile. Stage 2 fire type Pokemon with the Unaware ability, which prevents all effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. So that means if you have Skeledirge on the bench, Dragapult EX cannot target it with damage counters placed or anything like that. It's got the Flare Recital attack for a fire and a colorless energy, and the attack does 20 more damage for each benched Pokemon. 60 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon. So if you have Area 0 Underdepths in play, and you have 8 benched Pokemon, and then say your opponent has, I don't know, a conservative 4. With this, I've read this before. This is just Palkia. This is just Palkia V-Star. Yeah, this I knew this was familiar. Crazy. All right. So yeah, if you've got like a whole bunch of bench Pokemon, your opponent's got a whole bunch of bench Pokemon, I mean, you could do over 300 damage. Most of the time, you're not going to be doing that much, though. And it's a stage 2 Pokemon. Its attack costs 2 energy. It's a lot to ask. It could be interesting. In order to have Area 0 Underdepths be effective, you have to have a Terra Pokemon in play, which means you have to have a 2-prize Pokemon liability on your bench, which means that playing a single prize deck, your opponent will always have the option to target down your Terra Pokemon on the bench. And there are just a ton of ways to gust your opponent's bench Pokemon into the active spot in Standard right now. I tried playing the Azumarill deck on stream, which is a card we're going to be reviewing as well. I think that the Azumarill card is just far superior than a lot of these other single prize attackers that we've been reviewing so far. And I can tell you, even playing the Azumarill deck, it's tough to string those attackers along and to win games with single prize Pokemon in Standard format right now. It's just extremely difficult to win without a rule box attacker in Standard. That's just the reality of Standard right now. The Pokemon EX are just really strong, and Dusknoir obliterates benched Pokemon. Skeledirge has this ability, Unaware, that prevents, Dragapult EX from placing damage counters on it. But that's not the problem. The problem isn't the fact that Dragapult can place damage counters on Skeledirge. The problem is that Pokemon like Fuecoco are going to get picked off before they have a chance to evolve into Skeledirge. And then by the time you actually do manage to get a Skeledirge into play, you got to have 2 energy on it. So you probably got to play like Neo Upper Energy. You would want to play Magma Basin, but in order for Flare Recital to do more damage, you have to have Area 0 Underdepths in play. So there's like all these issues, logistical issues with attacking with Stage 2 Pokemon. So in Standard format, I don't think that Skeledirge is going to be a viable threat in the metagame. In Gym Leader Challenge, Skeledirge is actually a pretty nice, beefy attacker. 2 energy for what could be 200 damage. If you have 5 bench Pokemon, you're doing base 160 damage. If your opponent has 3 benched Pokemon, you're doing 220 damage. That's a lot of damage for just 2 energy. And 180 HP in Gym Leader Challenge format is really substantial. 2 energy is also super easy to negotiate in GLC as well. You could have Charizard from the Pokemon Go set, which doubles up your fire energy, which means that you could use Flare Recital for just 1 fire energy. You could use Magma Basin to attach an energy. Mela or Raihan are both options too. So Skeledirge is actually a reasonable attacker in Gym Leader Challenge format, but standard format is way too aggressive for a card like this to see any success. With Terra Skeledirge to boost damage, you don't need Area 0. In Standard, you could build Dirge Box, Skeledirge Toolbox with both this Skeledirge and Skeledirge EX. Skeledirge EX has the Incendiary Song ability, which allows you to discard a basic fire energy, and you do 60 more damage. So you could use Skeledirge EX in combination with Skeledirge to deal more damage. I think the problem does persist that you have just all these stage 2 Pokemon that you're trying to attack with, and it's going to be difficult to string those attackers together in a way that you're not just getting run over by the more powerful stage 2 decks in standard format, like Dragapult Dusknoir, Charizard Dusknoir, or Gardevoir. So asking myself, which is what you have to do. Realistically, if we're talking about standard format, you have to ask yourself, do these strategies keep up with cards like Palkia Dusknoir with Radiant Greninja attacking your benched Pokemon? Does the strategy keep up with Dragapult Dusknoir? Does this strategy keep up with Raging Bolt? And realistically, I don't think so. Yeah. Frankly, in standard format, if your deck isn't consistently winning by turn 3 or 4, it's not a viable deck, unless you're playing a control deck. Them's just the breaks, folks. That's just how it is. Thank you, Meam Roger. I'm doing great. Hopefully you are as well. There's a new Armarouge, Stage 1 Fire-type Pokemon with the Crimson Blaster attack. Cost 2 fire and a colorless. Discard all fire energy from this Pokemon, and the attack does 180 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. This kind of attacker is not viable in standard formats, which is way too aggressive, but in Gym Leader Challenge formats, this is an okay attacker. I do prefer the... What's the Anteater's name? Heatmore. I do prefer Heatmore in Gym Leader Challenge format with the exciting Flame attack, which does 90 damage and 180 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. For 6 energy, you do have to have 6 energy attached to the Heatmore, or you could just have Charizard from Pokemon Go set up, which doubles up your energy with its Burn Brightly ability. So I think that's just a better route to go in Gym Leader Challenge formats. And what bothers me about the Armarouge is that Crimson Blaster only damages your opponent's benched Pokemon. Sometimes you're going to want to just deal damage to the Pokemon that's right in front of you in the active spot. And the fact that Crimson Blaster can't hit that Pokemon is kind of annoying. That all being said, this is a decent attack. 180 damage to the bench does completely wipe out almost every support Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, you can one-hit KO. You can one-hit KO Baxcalibur. You can one-hit KO Rillaboom, Venusaur, any support Pokemon your opponent is relying on to execute their strategy. Armarouge can knock it out. So for that, it's decent. Ceruledge is interesting. It's a Fire-type Pokemon with 140 hit points and the Blaze Curse attack, which costs 1 colorless energy and discards all special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. You read that right, folks. All special energy. Not just one from each, not just all from one. It discards all special energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon. So, what application does this attack have? Against a Lugia deck, it's kind of funny, but Lugia V-Star decks do play a ton of energy cards, like 17 or so. It's going to be very difficult to run a Lugia deck out of energy, but you could try with Ceruledge. My question is, how many Ceruledge are you realistically setting up in order to try and run the Lugia deck out of energy? And what kind of standard deck are you playing that's going to win against any other deck other than Lugia V-Star, right? Like, this attack is pretty much exclusively good against Lugia and Standard. And then your Ceruledge deck, I'm sorry, isn't really going to beat any other Standard decks. Unless maybe you're playing, like, Ceruledge EX. But I don't think that Ceruledge EX is really powerful enough to keep up with a lot of the top decks in Standard format right now either. It's just okay. So this Ceruledge is an interesting option in Ceruledge EX decks. It's an interesting option in those Arceus. It's an interesting option in those Arceus Armarouge decks as well, but those have really fallen off. I haven't seen those popping up lately at all. It's kind of a deck from months ago at this point. Ceruledge does have the Black Flame Slash attack, which does 160 damage for 2 fire and a colorless energy, and the drawback being, during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. It's a decent attack in the context of Gym Leader Challenge, but in Standard format, it's not really doing anything. I do think that this card is much stronger in Gym Leader Challenge format than it is in Standard. Blaze Curse can be extraordinarily disruptive in Gym Leader Challenge formats where many decks rely on special energy. You've got your colorless decks, which play a ton of special energy. Dragon decks play a lot of special energy. There's special energy water-based decks. There's darkness decks that play twin energy and double colorless energy and hiding darkness energy. And then even your psychic decks play a lot of counter energies and things like that. So Ceruledge could be a big deal in Gym Leader Challenge format, as you could just devastate your opponent's board and then sweep with the Black Flame Slash attack, which actually knocks out most attackers in GLC format. So Ceruledge and Armarouge, both interesting cards for Gym Leader Challenge, but not particularly strong enough for Standard. In Standard, I would just play Enhanced Hammer instead of wasting an attack using Blaze Curse. You can play 4 of them in your deck. Just do that. Cool. Scovillain EX is a Stage 1 Fire-type Pokemon EX that evolves from Capsakid. It's got 260 hit points and the Double-type ability, which makes it both Grass and Fire-type. So that's neat. You can hit Charizard EX for weakness. And you're also Fire-type, so you can hit Grass-type Pokemon for weakness or Metal-type Pokemon for weakness. It's got the Spicy Rage attack, which costs 2 fire energy and does 10 damage plus 70 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Here we go. This is the combo. All right, we found it, folks. Scentiscorch with Scovillain EX. This is the deck. All right. You can use Scentiscorch's Burning Fever attack to do 130 damage and then 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. and then Scovillain EX, Spicy Rage, 10 damage, plus 70 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So, if you used Sentiscorch's Burning Fever and put 3 damage counters on a bench Scovillain EX, you're going to be doing 220 damage for 2 Fire Energy. If you used Magma Basin to accelerate a Fire Energy to your Scovillain EX, that's 2 more damage counters on that thing, which is 140 more damage, which means, holy smokes, actually, you're going to be doing whoa. All right. 5 damage counters. That's 360 damage, folks. 360 damage for 2 energy with your Scovillain EX. All right, this is actually kind of cool. I think this is just silly enough to work. Scovillain EX with Sentiscorch coming to a YouTube video near you. Can't believe we're hating on Durant, but not this. What are you talking about? This card is unplayable trash. What in the world are you doing? In what reality are we winning any games of Pokemon cards with this? Like, what are we doing here? This card is just a nothing burger that's doing nothing to anything. Yes. This guy, at least Silly Guy do 360 damage. I love that. I love it when Silly Guy do 360 damage. Let's look at all the Capsikids. Also worth noting, Capsakid has 70 hit points, which means that you could swing with Burning Fever twice without your Capsakid getting knocked out. Excellent. Paldean Tauros Water Edition is way too situational to ever be worth using. Jet Headbutt only does 100 damage. Uppercut Horn does 30 damage for 2 energy. And you put 2 energy attached to your opponent's active Stage 2 Pokemon into their hand. That attack is butts. Like, situationally, you wouldn't even ever use this in like an Iron Thorns deck. Like, okay, what if you're playing Iron Thorns and you're up against a Charizard and the Charizard happened to get 2 energy on it? You could use Paldean Tauros to put the energy back, but then you've got a Paldean Tauros in the active and your opponent could just rare candy Charizard and then put the energy back on. So it's pointless. Melodic EX is a Stage 1 Water-type Pokemon EX with 270 hit points and the Sparkling Scales ability, which prevents all damage and effects done to this Pokemon by your opponent's Terra Pokemon's attacks. This is interesting because Terra Pokemon are very strong right now, and a lot of decks feature almost exclusively Terra Pokemon, like Charizard EX is going to be doing most of its attacking with Charizard, which is Terra Pokemon. You've got your Terapagos EX decks are going to be attacking with Terapagos, which is a Terra Pokemon. This card could be strong in those wall decks. There was the Cornerstone Mask Ogre stall deck that played the Noivern EX. Melodic EX could be another wall that is difficult for some decks to get through. By and large, I think that cards like Mimikyu are better than Melodic EX because Mimikyu can't be damaged by all Pokemon EX, where Melodic is only being protected from Terra Pokemon. So your opponent could just attack with a regular Pokemon EX and damage Melodic EX. So that's a thing. And largely, I don't think that these strategies are super great, but that's at least interesting, and some people are going to be into it. Melodic does have the Hypno Splash attack for a water and 2 colorless energy, which does 160 damage and puts the opponent's active Pokemon to sleep. A lot of these strategies are kind of weak to Dusknoir too, because Dusknoir can just... Oh yeah, I mean, it's also worth mentioning that Melodic EX cannot be damaged by Dragapult EX. A lot of these wall-type strategies are very weak to Dusknoir, though, and Dragapult is always paired with Dusknoir. If your opponent blows up to Dusknoir, that leaves Melodic with just 10 hit points left, and you could knock out a Melodic EX with a Dreepy at that point. So, yeah, you have to sack 2 Dusknoir in order to knock out a Melodic, but if you're kind of putting all of your eggs in that basket, then it is possible for your opponent to play around it. And it's also worth noting that Phoebus only has 30 hit points. I'm pretty sure every Phoebus ever printed only has 30 hit points. This is a weak little dude. And Dragapults could feast on these on the bench before they evolve into Melodic EX. So it's going to be difficult to get your Melodic EX online. Both Dusclops and Dragapult can just snipe these Phoebus off the bench before they can evolve up into Melodic. There is an Ascension Phoebus, which also has 30 hit points, but it allows you to instantly evolve into Melodic EX. So that is certainly the Phoebus that you would play with Melodic. It's from Silver Tempest, so from the Sword and Shield block, which means that it will be rotating out of Standard with our upcoming rotation next year. But that would be the optimal strategy, I think, in order to get Melodic EX online. And thank you, Quickness99, for that sub in the 7 months, and 9Sketch9 for that sub in the 44 months. All right, guys, Walrein is a really cool guy. I will hear no Walrein slander in the chat. Walrein is a really cool Water-type Stage 2 Pokemon with 170 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Frozen Fangs, costs 1 water energy. It does 60 damage and says during your opponent's next turn, Pokemon with 2 or fewer energy attached cannot attack. This is not a viable attack for Standard format. Sorry. It's just not, even though decks like Charizard, Charizard EX is typically attacking with 2 energy, but guess what? They can attach a third and just knock this thing out very easily, and then Walrein's only doing 60 damage. Against Dragapult EX decks, sure, a lot of times Dragapult EX is going to have a difficult time getting that third energy attached, but they could just use Dusknoir in order to pick off benched Celio and your benched Spheal, and at the end of the day, you're only doing 100. At the end of the day, you're only doing 60 damage, so you're not putting a lot of pressure on the Dragapult, and they do have time to get those extra energy into play in order to use their attacks. And pretty much once a single Dragapult gets online and is attacking, your Walrein deck is dead. I don't think that this strategy holds up to Pokemon EX in a Pokemon EX format. It just doesn't. Walrein does have the Megaton Fall attack for 2 water energy, which does 170 damage, and this Pokemon does 50 damage to itself. Now, in Gym Leader Challenge format, Walrein is a viable attacker. It is really disruptive. An attack like Frozen Fangs is really disruptive in Gym Leader Challenge format for a lot of decks. I mean, looking at a card like Seismitoad is really powerful in Gym Leader Challenge because of its Quaking Zone ability, which makes it so that as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's attacks cost 1 colorless more. And a lot of times that extra colorless requirement can just stop a deck in its tracks, as most Gym Leader Challenge decks are designed to have just the right amount of energy attached. Walrein doesn't wall off all Pokemon, but it does wall off specific decks really well. I'm thinking about Walrein against a Darkness deck in Gym Leader Challenge format. There's not a lot of Darkness Pokemon that have 3 or more energy attached to them. So you could use Frozen Fangs over and over again and pick off a lot of threats, and then swing in with Megaton Fall for 170 damage to take out bigger Pokemon. Like if you're up against a Guzzlord with 150 hit points that has enough energy on it to attack, you can just smack it with a Megaton Fall and proceed from there. So I think that the Walrein is a really cool guy. I think it could be viable in low energy water builds like the Seismitoad deck. A lot of these water decks are not playing energy accelerators like Frostmoth and Baxcalibur. Instead, they just rely on manual attachments, Aqua Patch, Raihan, and stuff like that. And Walrein could slide right into those kinds of decks. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, Frozen Fangs is actually a really disruptive attack. Thank you, Mr. Misters, for that sub and the 41 months. And this guy is just so cute. Man, what a cutie. Iron Bundle is a future Pokemon with 100 hit points and the Gust Collision attack, which costs 2 water and a colorless and does 200 damage. Wow. Minus 50 damage for each colorless in your opponent's active Pokemon's retreat cost. That means that Gust Collision is only doing 50 damage to a Raging Bolt. Ouch. And it's only doing 100 damage to a Charizard EX. And it's only doing 150 damage to a Dragapult EX. I don't think that this attack is viable. Chenpao is a very good card. It's got the Snow Sink ability, which says when you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench during your turn, you may discard a stadium in play. And if there becomes a time where stadium cards are very problematic and you need to remove them, having a card in your deck that can be searched out with an Ultra Ball that can remove stadiums is just a powerful option. We already saw this during last year's format, maybe 2 years ago at this point. We saw this during the Sword and Shield era with Pumpkaboo that has the Pumpkin Pit ability. That card was very good. Before that, Resetting Hole Marshadow was incredible for removing stadium cards from play. I think that Chenpao will be a great inclusion in decks that wants to remove stadiums reliably without needing to rely on Lost Vacuum. if you think about deck builds, some decks play Arven, which makes Lost Vacuum a really easy card to search out. But not all decks play Arven that give you that specific item search. Some decks rely more on heavy draw, like Iono and Professor's Research. But those decks, a lot of the time, will still play Ultra Ball. And that means that Chen Pao gives your deck that doesn't have specific item-based search an option to reliably remove stadium cards at the cost of a bench spot. So I do really like what this Chen Pao adds to Standard. Pikachu EX is a crazy Pokemon card, and that's awesome because Pikachu is kind of the poster Pokemon, not only of Surging Sparks, but also the entire Pokemon franchise. Pikachu EX is a Terra Pokemon, basic, 200 HP, and the absolutely mind-blowing Tenacious Heart ability, which says if this Pokemon has full HP and would be knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, it is not knocked out, and its remaining hit points becomes 10 instead. It's like a built-in focus sash. It's a built-in survivability mechanic. It's just crazy. I mean, we live in a one-hit KO format. Standard format is a hyper-aggressive, one-hit knockout format where decks like Raging Bolt are going to be blasting your Pokemon EX every single turn for huge one-hit KOs. As evidence of that, Pikachu EX is also a one-hit KO Pokemon. It's got the Topaz Bolt attack for a Grass, a Lightning, and a Metal Energy, which does 300 damage, with the downside that you have to discard 3 energy from this Pokemon. So, what does this card bring to Standard formats? Well, first of all, Miraidon decks are playing this pretty terrible Mewtwo EX right now, just because it's a Terra Pokemon that happens to be Lightning type, and Miraidon can search it out with tandem units, so that Miraidon decks can use Area 0 Underdepths and expand their bench to 8. Pikachu EX will instantly replace that Mewtwo EX in all Miraidon decks. That Mewtwo EX takes Psychic Energy to attack, and Miraidon decks don't play any Psychic Energy. That thing is just there to provide a Terra type for the bench so that Area 0 Underdepths can be played. Pikachu EX has a very expensive attack, Grass, Lightning, and Metal, and Miraidon decks will just include Pikachu EX because it is a strict upgrade on the terrible Mewtwo EX, even if Miraidon EX decks are not including the Grass, Lightning, and Metal Energy in order to attack with Pikachu. The fact that Pikachu is tough to knock out because of its Tenacious Heart ability and and has just a single retreat cost, that's great. You're even going to have situations in Miraidon decks where you can't take a knockout on a specific turn because maybe you're behind on energy or you got your hand disrupted or whatever, and you could even just send up Pikachu EX to try and buy a turn because it can't easily get knocked out in one hit because of its Tenacious Heart ability. So this card just off the rip does improve the already potent Miraidon EX decks. Now, as far as attacking with Pikachu EX, this is also a viable option. We do have the Joltik from the last sets that accelerates up to 2 Grass and 2 Lightning energy from your deck to your benched Pokemon in any way you like. That fulfills a lot of the energy requirement for Topaz Bolt. So you could use Joltik to accelerate energy onto Pikachu EX. You could get 2 Pikachu EX loaded up with just a single Joltik and then fire off some huge Topaz Bolt attacks. You could also pair Pikachu EX with Blissey EX, right? That's the strategy that you could do, yeah? You could also pair Pikachu EX with Blissey EX. Blissey EX has the Happy Switch ability, which allows you to move a basic energy from one of your Pokemon to another one of your Pokemon. And the way this engine works is that you use the Glass Trumpet card to accelerate energy from your discard pile to Blissey, and then you use Blissey's Happy Switch ability to move energy from your Blissey to your Pikachu EX, and then you blammo, Topaz Bolt turn after turn. Now that is a decent amount to set up, but what's cool about this deck is that both Pikachu EX and Blissey EX are tough to knock out. Blissey EX has 300 hit points, so it's kind of a beef monster. And then Pikachu EX has the Tenacious Heart ability, which makes it naturally hard to knock out. And you can only use Glass Trumpet if you have a Terra Pokemon in play. Pikachu EX is a Terra Pokemon, but you can only accelerate energy to your benched colorless Pokemon, and Blissey EX is a colorless Pokemon. Yep. So that's the strategy that I'm imagining for an attacking Pikachu EX deck. Pikachu EX, Glass Trumpet to accelerate the energy, Blissey to move the energy to Pikachu, and you can use Topaz Bolt back-to-back turns. Pretty cool. You do only have 4 Glass Trumpet in the deck, and you're going to need to find one every time that you want to use Topaz Bolt, but you could even use Joltik as an early game acceleration mechanism to get those first energy into play, and then just use the Glass Trumpet to recover the energy after you accelerate energy at the beginning of the game with Joltik. You could even play Galvantula EX if you wanted to, which would be kind of a neat option. Maybe Pikachu EX goes into the deck with Galvantula EX and Blissey, and we've got a really cool kind of Glass Trumpet toolbox deck on our hands. I think this deck is going to be sick. This Magneton is one of my favorite cards from Surging Sparks. I think this card is so cool, and I love it. It's got the Overvolt Discharge ability, which says once during your turn, you may attach up to 3 basic energy cards from your discard pile to your Lightning Pokemon in any way you like. If you use this ability, this Pokemon is knocked out. This is a very strong ability. We've seen how powerful these abilities can be that knock out your own Pokemon. Dusknoir is all over the place in standard format right now. Previously, there was a Mismagius with the Mysterious Message ability, which was used in standard format during the time that it was legal to draw cards and manipulate the prize race. Magneton fits right into that category with those powerful cards that knock themselves out and give you a board state advantage. Getting 3 basic energy from the discard pile and attaching them to your Lightning Pokemon, well, that's just fantastic. For Pikachu EX, you could use Overvolt Discharge to get a Topaz Bolt out of nowhere. It doesn't say that you have to accelerate lightning energy from the discard pile, just basic energy, so you could accelerate a Grass, Lightning, and a Metal straight to your Pikachu EX at the expense of a prize card and fire off a game-winning Topaz Bolt. You could also play Magneton in a Miraidon EX deck. Miraidon EX decks only have Electric Generator to accelerate energy into play right now, and in standard format, it's a very 2-4-6 format. And what I mean by that is that decks are trying to win in 3 or 4 turns by taking 2 prizes, then 2 more prizes, then 2 more prizes. So a lot of times, taking a single prize doesn't really help towards the prize race, because that would require that you take a single prize, and then if you take 2 and then you take 2, then you've only taken 5 prizes and you haven't won the game. So it's ideal to take 2, 4, and then 6. So a lot of times giving your opponent a single prize card doesn't actually assist them in their quest to win the game, since they are trying to go 2, 4, 6 to win. Overvolt Discharge could be great for those Miraidon decks because it can give you that boost of energy at the end of the game if you're trying to take a key knockout, and it could allow Miraidon EX decks to start playing Raichu V again. Raichu V is a card that some Miraidon decks play, but not many anymore because it's just really difficult to have enough energy in play in order to use Dynamic Spark effectively. But with the Magneton, you could just blast 3 energy into play to take a game-winning knockout with Raichu V. You discard all energy from you discard all energy from your lightning Pokemon and then do 60 damage for each energy you discarded. Magneton could also be used to throw a bunch of energy on an Iron Hands for a game-winning amp you very much at the end of the game if you want to knock out a low HP Pokemon for bonus prizes. I think that Magneton is just a very useful card in those lightning type decks, even if you're playing just a 1/1 line in the Miraidon decks. In Gym Leader Challenge format, Magneton is also going to be a very powerful option for decks, as Overvolt Discharge can allow you to quickly power up a attacker. Overvolt Discharge can allow you to quickly power up an attacker and can also unlock cards like Counter Energy. So I think that this Magneton will be super good in GLC decks as well. It is such a powerful card that this Magneton did play a role in Raikou. This Magneton is such a powerful card that it did play a role in the amazing Raikou card getting banned from Gym Leader Challenge format, as it would have been far too easy to board wipe the opponent with Overvolt Discharge onto amazing Raikou and then amazing shots for 2 prizes. So Magneton, I do think, still has a lot of powerful targets in Gym Leader Challenge formats and will be good in both Standard and GLC. I love it when a Stage 1 Pokemon is better than its Stage 2 counterpart. That's something that it gets me going, gets me excited. This Magnezone is not very good. So I think for the most part, Magneton will blow up without ever thinking of evolving into this weak Magnezone. Rotom. Oh, yeah. More cards for control decks. Love it. Do I love it? I don't know. 80 hit point basic Pokemon with the Crash Pulse attack. Costs 1 lightning energy, and it says your opponent reveals their hand, and you can discard any items and tool cards you find there. That is a very powerful effect on an attack. We've already seen how strong a card like Airy is, and Airy has taken control decks by storm. It has been absolutely amazing for those control strategies at limiting your opponent's options, discarding switch cards, discarding rare candies, all that. Now we've got that effect, but even more juiced up on a single prize Pokemon, and it costs just 1 lightning energy. Crash Pulse is a ridiculous attack. Imagine using Iono and sending your opponent's hand to the bottom of the deck, giving them, a bunch of new cards, and then you just use Crash Pulse and discard all the item cards from that new hand. I say use Iono first because your opponent, if they know you have Rotom, could try to play around Crash Pulse. I mean, players already do that kind of thing when they're playing against control decks because of Airy. You want to pre-play as many of those item cards as you can so that your opponent doesn't just Airy them out of your hand. But if you use Iono and give your opponent a new hand, then Crash Pulse the new hand, then hey, there's no protecting against that. It's just tough sailing. This Tapu Koko is actually really good in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's got 120 HP and 2 very relevant attacks. Call for Thunder costs 1 colorless energy and allows you to search your deck for up to 2 lightning Pokemon and put them into your hand. And then its second attack, Prize Counter, costs 2 lightning and a colorless energy, and it does 90 damage plus 90 more damage if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent. There's not a lot of lightning Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format that deal 180 damage for just 3 energy. That's just good damage output, and a lot of lightning decks will go behind in prizes early with the intention of catching up later in the game, so Prize Counter could be an effective way to clap back after you take an early deficit. You could also use the Magneton to force Prize Counter to do more damage as well. Blowing up the Magneton, giving your opponent a prize, then bam, Prize Counter for 180 damage. Call for Thunder is also just a great setup attack in Gym Leader Challenge format. For 1 colorless energy, you can search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon. Zebstrika is the quintessential consistency Pokemon for lightning decks and Gym Leader Challenge formats, and then a lot of GLC decks also play the Flaffy or Electric with the Dynamotor abilities. You could use Call for Thunder to go get a turn 2 Zebstrika and Flaffy. Then you're ready to start using Dynamotor to accelerate energy into play. You're ready to use Zebstrika to sprint through your deck, and it's only got a retreat cost of 1. There is another popular Tapu Koko that sees play in Gym Leader Challenge format right now, Flying Flip Tapu Koko. This is a staple in almost all lightning decks right now. It's a free retreater, and Flying Flip is just great spread damage for 2 colorless energy. I actually think that where'd I go? I actually think that this Tapu Koko is powerful enough to rival the deck space that this Tapu Koko preoccupies, because in Gym Leader Challenge format, it's a singleton format, so you can only play 1 of each card with the same name, except for basic energy in your deck. So you have to choose which Tapu Koko you would want to play in your lightning type deck. Having a retreat cost of 1 isn't as good as free retreat, but a lot of these decks are playing U-turn board, and Tapu Koko does get free retreat with U-turn board attached. U-turn board is played in a lot of these decks because it decreases your retreat cost by 1 while not getting discarded when your opponent plays Field Blower to remove it. It'll come back to your hand because that's the effect on U-turn board. So Tapu Koko, great setup card, great attacker. I like this card for Lightning GLC decks. This Kilowattrel is also not bad in Gym Leader Challenge format. 120 hit points. It's weak to lightning instead of fighting, which is good for differentiating your weakness in your GLC deck. It actually resists fighting by 30. And it's got the Storm Bolt attack for 2 lightning and a colorless energy. It does 160 damage, and you move all energy from this Pokemon to your bench Pokemon in any way you like. Preserving energy is just really good in GLC format. It can help protect you against Hex Maniac. A lot of times lightning decks will just get shut down by Hex Maniac because Hex Maniac turns off all abilities during the next turn. So it's going to make it hard to use Dynamotor to accelerate more energy into play. I also kind of like this Raichu. It's got a similar thing going on in that it helps preserve energy. You've got the electrical grounding ability, which says when one of your Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack, you move a lightning energy from that Pokemon to this Pokemon. So maybe there's some sort of lightning deck out there that tries to just pass energy back to each attacker and tries to string high power attacks like Storm Bolts and this Raichu's Thunder Attack and stuff like that. It's an option in GLC format. It's not a bad card. Miraidon's got a new card. 120 hit point, single prize, future Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Protection Code, costs a lightning and a colorless energy. It does 40 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, you prevent all damage done to your future Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX. If this Pokemon leaves the active spot, this effect stops working. You had me until that last line. Honestly, kind of an interesting attack, except that last line makes it completely terrible and, in my opinion, unusable. Protection Code would be cool because you can use your Iron Crown to boost the damage that Protection Code is doing. So with 4 Iron Crown on your bench, you're going to be dealing plus 80 damage. That's 120 damage with Protection Code, and then your future Pokemon can't be damaged by your opponent's Pokemon EX. But the fact that, like, what's the point of protecting your future Pokemon from Pokemon EX if when your opponent uses Boss's Orders or uses Prime Catcher to bring up one of your bench Pokemon, the Protecting Code does not protect you anymore? It's just ridiculous. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible attack. Because if you've got your Iron Crown on the bench to boost your Protection Code damage output, your opponent can just use Prime Catcher or Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher, bring them into the active spot, then they are no longer protected, then they could just knock out your 2 prize Pokemon. So I think this card is terrible. It's just terrible. And it's all because of that last line there. It doesn't actually protect anything. The only thing that Miraidon protects is itself. It's ridiculous. I think this Togekiss is totally bananas. I mean, first of all, coin flip cards are fun, and they make for fantastic and silly content. There will certainly be lots of silly content involving this Togekiss. Togekiss is a Stage 2 Psychic-type Pokemon with 140 hit points and the Wonder Kiss ability, which says whenever your opponent's active Pokemon gets knocked out, flip a coin. If heads, take 1 more prize card for that knockout. This ability does not stack. And then its attack Speed Wing does 140 damage for 3 colorless energy. This is crazy. It says whenever your opponent's active Pokemon gets knocked out. So that means even if your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out by a Dusknoir, you still get to flip for Wonder Kiss. Now, it is worth noting that if you use Dusknoir to knock out one of your opponent's benched Pokemon, you don't get to flip for Wonder Kiss. You only flip for Wonder Kiss if your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out. Togekiss, I think, is just okay in standard format. In standard format, as I already said, decks are trying to go 2-4-6, and almost every strategy in standard format right now is built to win the game in 3 or 4 turns at the latest. In fact, if you're winning the game on turn 4, you're really late to the party. Winning on turn 3 is kind of all the rage right now, especially with Dusknoir and all of that. Winning on turn 4 is like the absolute end of the road. You have to have won the game by turn 4, or else what are you doing? Togekiss allows you to flip a coin, and if heads, you take an additional prize card. So the typical prize race in standard format right now is 2-4-6, as I said before. You try to knock out 3 2-prize Pokemon back to back to back, or use Iron Hands to knock out a single prize Pokemon for 2 prizes, or use Dusknoir to knock out a single prize Pokemon while your attacker knocks out a single prize Pokemon. In the same way, all roads in standard format lead to a 2-4-6 prize take. Togekiss, if you're lucky, could allow you to win the game in 3 turns instead of 4, or win the game in 2 turns. No, you can't win the game in 2 turns because you have to set up the Togekiss. Togekiss, in some situations, could allow you to win the game in 3 turns instead of 4 if you're lucky and you flip back-to-back heads. If you take a knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon on turn 2 while also getting Togekiss into play and you flip a heads, you'll take 3 prizes against that 2-prize Pokemon instead of 2. And then if you do it again the following turn, then boom, you won the game. That's not very likely, though. And what's more likely is that even if you set up that Togekiss, you flip 1 heads and 1 tails, which means that you took 3 prizes on a 2-prizer, and then you took 2 prizes on a 2-prizer, and then you still have to take 1 more knockout. So on average, Togekiss is not helping you win a game of Standard. And I hope that makes sense. Because on average, you only have a few turns to attack. You're only attacking 3 times to try and win a game of Standard right now, taking 2 prizes a turn. And on average, you're only going to flip, 1 or 2 heads. And then if you flip a heads on the last knockout, it doesn't matter because you already won. So you only have 2 knockouts where it matters. And then you have to flip heads on both of them in order for it to matter. So in Standard format, I think Togekiss is actually kind of terrible. Unless you are playing a single prize deck, you would have to be using a single prize deck where you are attacking more times per game, and maybe the Togekiss actually comes into play because maybe you have Togekiss up while you attack, and you attack 4 times, and maybe you flip a heads or 2, and maybe it helps. But I still don't think that that's going to be a super realistic way to win games of Standard, because even if you're playing a single prize deck, you're still trying to do the same thing. You're still trying to win the game in 4 turns by going 2-4-6. You're still trying to do that. So I don't know that it even makes much of a difference in single prize decks. But where it does make a difference is in Gym Leader Challenge format. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it's true. Most cards released in any Pokemon TCG set are just going to be bulk in Standard. That's just the reality of the situation. In Gym Leader Challenge format, though, many, many more cards have a chance to shine because Rulebox Pokemon are not legal for play. So in Gym Leader Challenge format, Togekiss is actually a really, really powerful option. And the reason it's so good is because in Gym Leader Challenge format, every knockout is a single prize take. So you have to take 6 knockouts in order to win. 6. So if you flip 1 heads throughout those 6 knockouts with Togekiss in play, that skips you ahead an entire turn, which makes a huge difference in Gym Leader Challenge format. That can speed up a 8-turn game to a 7-turn game, or it can turn, a 9-turn game into an 8-turn game. If you flip 2 heads, it can take an 8-turn game and turn it into a 6-turn game. So that makes an incredible amount of difference in Gym Leader Challenge format. And what's crazy about the Togekiss is that it is also a relevant attacker in Gym Leader Challenge format because Speedwing does 140 damage for 3 colorless energy. With Dimension Valley in play, you can use Speedwing for just 2 colorless energy. You could also power up Speedwing with a single reversal energy. And 140 damage is just very relevant damage output in Gym Leader Challenge format, as it's going to take a lot of key knockouts against 130 hit point attackers. Many attackers in Gym Leader Challenge format have exactly 130 HP. Togekiss having 140 hit points itself with just a single retreat cost is just fantastic stacks. Fantastic stats on what I consider to be a very strong card for GLC. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This set is incredible for Psychic type Gym Leader Challenge decks. We've also got the Lake Trio, Uxie. We've also got the Lake Trio, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. I got a special place in my heart for these guys, as Diamond and Pearl was one of my favorite eras of the Pokemon video games. Uxie has got 70 hit points, and the Painful Memories attack for 1 psychic energy puts 2 damage counters on each of your opponent's Pokemon. Then Mesprit has 2 attacks. Heart Fulfillment costs 1 colorless energy and allows you to attach up to 2 basic psychic energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. Then Legendary Burst costs 2 psychic energy and can only be used if you have Uxie and Azelf on your bench. It's a decent energy acceleration attack, and 160 damage for 2 is pretty good in Gym Leader Challenge format. Again, these cards are absolutely unplayable in standard formats. None of these attacks are useful enough in standard. And then Azelf has the Mind Kinesis attack for a psychic and a colorless energy, which does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on your opponent's Pokemon. So if your opponent's Pokemon have a lot of damage counters on them, Mind Kinesis is going to do a lot of damage. But you would need like 300 damage on your opponent's Pokemon in order to do 300 damage. What's more likely is that you would have maybe 150, 200 damage spread on your opponent's Pokemon, and then you could do 220 damage with Mind Kinesis. But the thing about Mind Kinesis is that every time you use it, you do take a knockout, which probably means that you decrease the amount of damage counters that your opponent has on their board, which then means that you're decreasing the amount of damage that Mind Kinesis does. Generally, I don't like these kinds of attacks that require your opponent to have lots of damage counters stacked up on their board in order for them to be successful. These cards, specifically Uxie and Mesprit, could be quite good in Gym Leader Challenge. Specifically, Uxie could be quite good in Gym Leader Challenge format. Placing 2 damage counters on each of your opponent's Pokemon is great in Psychic Spread decks, and there are lots of people who like the Psychic Spread Gym Leader Challenge archetype. Uxie fits right into that. There's also an Azelf that has an attack that places 2 more damage counters on every one of your opponent's Pokemon that has a damage counter on it. There's a Miss Magius that places 2 damage counters on all of your opponent's Pokemon. In Gym Leader Challenge format, I mean, Pokemon only have like 200 HP tops, and there's TM Devolution, and there's ways to manipulate the damage counters on your opponent's board. So placing 2 damage counters on all of your opponent's Pokemon is still relevant in Gym Leader Challenge format. But in standard format, why aren't you just attacking with Dragapult, right? Dragapult's just better pretty much every single time. This Cofagrigus is also nuts in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's got the Underworld Law attack, which places 6 damage counters on each Pokemon in play that has any abilities, both yours and your opponent's. Underworld Law is an attack that reminds me a lot of Weavile. This attack reminds me a lot of Weavile from Burning Shadows with the Rule of Evil attack, which does 60 damage to each Pokemon that has an ability. So kind of a similar thing going on, except it can't be blocked by Manaphy. But Manaphy is so 2023. Nobody even plays Manaphy anymore because it's pointless. Dragapult goes through it. Dusknoir goes through it. What's the point? It's just another bench sitter that's going to get knocked out by Dusknoir. So, Underworld Law can place damage counters on Pokemon with abilities. In standard format, placing 6 damage counters can be good. You would have to build a strategy around using those damage counters effectively. I don't love this kind of strategy in Standard, as you're just a slower deck that is susceptible to cards like Penny or Professor Turo, where you're trying to spread the damage and then your opponent plays one Turo and then proceeds to win the game in, 3 or 4 turns like they'd planned to. And 3 to 4 turns isn't really enough time to spread with a card like Kofagrigus. You're much better off spreading with Dragapult, right, which does 200 damage to the active and 6 damage counters wherever you want on your opponent's bench. You're much better off spreading with Dusknoir, which could just do 130 damage to wherever you want on your opponent's board. You're just better off doing those things. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, Kofagrigus could be good for your Psychic Spread decks. You do have to be wary of the fact that Underworld Law is putting damage counters on your own Pokemon that have abilities. My buddy Craig, who I play Gym Leader Challenge with all the time, does have a pretty cool Psychic Spread deck that uses Monkey Dory, and you could use Kofagrigus and its Underworld Law attack to place damage counters on your own Monkey Dory, so that then you can use Monkey Dory to place those damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon. So there is that kind of synergy there in GLC as well. This Meowstic is kind of funny. It's got the Tempting Tail ability, which says you must discard a relaxing teaser from your hand in order to use this ability, and then you can switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot. As if the format needed more ways to bring your opponent's bench Pokemon into the active spot. We've already got Counter Catcher, Pokemon Catcher, Prime Catcher, and Boss's Orders, and the new Lycia supporter that comes out in this set as well. Do we really need another way to gust up those bench Pokemon? The answer is no. And Meowstic is honestly one of the worst ways to bring your opponent's bench Pokemon into the active spot. You're better off using any of those aforementioned cards, Pokemon Catcher, Prime Catcher, Counter Catcher, or Boss's Orders. Relaxing Teaser is not a good card either, so if you do want to use that Meowstic, you have to include this terrible card in your deck. It's an item card that you can only use if you go second and only on your first turn. I hate cards like that. They're miserably designed. If I could have one wish, it would be that the Pokemon Company stop printing cards that you can only use on the first turn. And what's worse than a card that you can only use on the first turn of the game is a card that you can only use on the first turn of the game and only if you're going second. It's just miserable card design. Why would you put so many bad, dead cards in your deck? I hate it. Anyways, you put an energy attached to one of your opponent's Pokemon into their hand. Sure, it's a catch-up mechanic. Oh, you get to undo your opponent's energy attachment, but only on the first turn of the game and only if you are going second. So then, fine. You've got the Relaxing Teaser, and you have to discard the Relaxing Teaser in order to use it as a Gust card. Yeah. I still don't like that you can't use the card. You can't burn it. You can't play it without using Tempting Tail at some point later in the game. This is an item-based Gust effect, but you have to have a Stage 1 Pokemon set up in order to use it. I don't think that this strategy is as good as just good old Boss's Orders or good old Prime Catcher. Like I said, a game of Pokemon cards, 4 turns. You can use Prime Catcher on one of those turns to Gust. You can use Boss's Orders on another one of those turns to Gust pretty easily. You could use Pokemon Catcher. I don't think that it's worth setting up a Stage 1 in order to then, have the item-based Gust. I just don't think that it's worth it. Palossand EX. Big boy, 280 hit point Terra Pokemon EX. And it's got 2 attacks. Sand Tomb does 160 damage for 3 colorless energy, and the defending Pokemon can't retreat during your opponent's next turn. Then Barite Jail costs a water, a psychic, and a fighting energy. And it places damage counters on each of your opponent's benched Pokemon until its remaining HP is 100. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, that attack's cool. Maybe I can win games with it. No, you can't. It's a terrible attack. It's really, really bad. In fact, this card, as handsome as it is pure bulk. And the reason for that is that Barite Jail doesn't actually do anything. If your opponent's got Charmanders on their bench, Barite Jail does nothing to it. If your opponent has Charmeleon on their bench, Barite Jail does nothing to it. The only thing that Barite Jail realistically does is that it places damage counters on, big Pokemon like maybe your... It places damage counters on bigger Pokemon like Charizard EX and Pidgeot EX. And then maybe you could use Devolution TM in order to devolve them and maybe take a couple of single prizes. But, as I said before, Pokemon TCG, 4 turns to win. There are so many better ways to spread damage and then use Devolution TM. And the better ways to do that are Dusknoir and Dragapult. So what makes Palossand EX better than Dusknoir and Dragapult? Nothing, actually. Nothing. Which is why this card's unplayable. The problem with using Dusknoir and Barite Jail together is that you can't Dusknoir first and then use Barite Jail. Because if you use Dusknoir first, then you do damage to your opponent's Pokemon, then you use Barite Jail, and then you do less damage with Barite Jail. You can't take a knockout that way. It's one of the reasons this is so bad. You have to use Barite Jail first, and then use Dusknoir the following turn, so you give your opponent an opportunity to play around what you're doing. They could use Turo Scenario to heal. They could use Collapse Stadium to remove something from their board. You give them an opportunity to counterplay before you go in with the Dusknoir for knockout. It's just bad. Playing just for the first attack? The first attack is not good. 160 damage? It's terrible. Love Indeedee. Look how cute she is. She's just helping everybody out. Oh, and this is such a wonderful artwork on this card, too. My mom's favorite Pokemon is Indeedee. And my mom loves Indeedee because Indeedee is like the helpful Pokemon and is always helping everybody out. And my mom was also a children's librarian for years. And this is like the perfect card artwork for her. I'm so excited. This is so cool. It's an Indeedee in a library. How fun. It's got the Caretaker Heal ability, which says when you play this card from your hand onto your bench during your turn, you can heal 30 damage and 1 status condition from your active Pokemon. This is a very good card. And it's good because healing damage can be good sometimes. Healing status conditions can be good sometimes. And it doesn't have to be used with an item. It is an ability that you can use just when you put Indeedee from your hand to the bench. I'm not saying that this is going to be stellar. I'm not saying that this is going to be standard relevant, but it is a nice effect. And knowing that this effect is in the standard card pool could make a difference at some point if the necessity to heal status conditions on a Pokemon bench makes sense. I don't really foresee this being effective right now because we live in a one-hit KO world where games only last 4 turns, but, somewhere down the line, maybe Indeedee could make a splash. I don't think that this Annihilate is as good as like. I'm not even going to try and spell Annihilate. I don't think that this new Annihilate is as good as the older Annihilate from Paldean Fates. So if you want to play Annihilate in your Gym Leader Challenge deck, just use this one. The old one has the Rage Fist attack, which does 70 damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. Can easily do 200 damage in GLC. Dynamite Punch, 170 damage for 2. This one, 130 damage for 1. And then your Annihilate becomes confused. Not great. And then Destiny Fight. Both active Pokemon are knocked out. In Gym Leader Challenge format, not worth it. You'd be better off, not giving up a prize card in order to take a knockout. In Standard format, I know some of you are going to be like, oh man, that's so cool. I can take an instant knockout on a huge Pokemon EX. Yeah, at what cost, right? At what cost? You have to get 2 energy on an Annihilate. You're giving up a prize. You got to promote another Pokemon. Your opponent's going to knock that Pokemon out too. It's not a winning strategy, folks. It's not. Donphan, always good for an extremely handsome Pokemon card. This one is no exception. 150 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Overwhelm, does 40 damage, and this attack's damage is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. Okay. And then Guard Rolling, cost of fighting and 2 colorless energy, does 120 damage. You have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon, and during your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes 100 less damage from attacks. So in Standard format, not happening. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, okay, I'll buy it. 120 damage. You could discard a double colorless energy or a twin energy from it, and then you take 100 less damage. Many things are not knocking you out if you're taking 100 less damage. You could put what are those? Rock Guard or whatever, something guard, Stone Guard. What is the rock thing? Yeah. You could put a rock chest plate on it and make it take 130 less damage from attacks. You could put a stone fighting energy attached to it, make it take 150 less damage from attacks. I mean, now we're getting close to a point where some decks are not going to be able to damage it at all. If you're taking 150 less damage, if you have a stone fighting energy and a rock chest plate and you guard rolling, some decks are legitimately not going to be able to damage this in Gym Leader Challenge format. Now, in Standard format, yeah, I mean, you've got double turbo energy, so you're only doing 100 damage. But the thing is, it's just too much time. You're giving those one-hit KO decks too much time. There's Raging Bolt in Standard. They're just going to destroy this thing, okay? Dragapult's going to place damage counters on it. It's just not going to happen in Standard. Dusknoir is going to blow it up, okay? There's just a lot that can go wrong. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, you could even play Lake Acuity, all right? You could play Lake Acuity as well, and then with Lake Acuity, you could take 170 less damage. Woo-wee! Man, that's actually kind of crazy. 170 less damage. Okay, you have my interest. Everybody wants to talk about Gastrodon, and that's because at first glance, Gastrodon seems extremely broken. But upon closer inspection, we will come to realize that this card is not as good as it seems. It's got 130 hit points. First of all, that's a problem, but we'll get to that. It's got 130 HP and the Sticky Bind ability, which says if this Pokemon is on your bench, benched stage 2 Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's, have no abilities. You see what I mean? You read that and you're like, wow, that's kind of broken. But there's a lot of qualifications that make this card not good. So let's get into it. First of all, Gastrodon only works if it's on your bench. So if your opponent brings it into the active spot, its Sticky Bind ability stops working. Second of all, it also only works against your opponent's benched stage 2 Pokemon. So if your opponent is using their abilities in the active spot, then Gastrodon doesn't stop it either. So let's think through this. Does Gastrodon counter Dusknoir? Well, Dusknoir is a card that you can use from the active spot very easily because after a KO, you can just promote Dusknoir, and then you can use Dusknoir's Curse Blast ability in the active spot to KO Gastrodon because Gastrodon only has 130 HP, and then Gastrodon's no longer a problem. And you can use Curse Blast from the active spot and then promote whatever attacker you want. There's also the problem that if you use Prime Catcher, Boss's Orders, anything like that, to bring Gastrodon into the active spot, then you can use your bench Dusknoir to knock it out, and then your opponent has to promote another Pokemon, and then you can knock that one out too. So that's also an issue. So it doesn't do a great job at countering Dusknoir because if your opponent just gets a Dusknoir into the active spot, then you're out of luck. Even if you have 2 Gastrodon set up, your opponent can still use their abilities out of the active spot. So say you have 2 Gastrodon set up, your opponent can promote Dusknoir, blow up one of your Gastrodon, promote another Dusknoir, and blow up the other one. They can just do that. They can just go bam, bam. Both your Gastrodon are done. Pain, right? All right, so let's keep thinking about it. Does Gastrodon counter Charizard EX? Well, Charizard EX can be used from the active spot. So in a way, Gastrodon could make it somewhat annoying because sometimes Charizard EX has to use its ability on the bench in order to get a Fire Energy to the active to retreat into the Charizard. So there's that minor inconvenience for Charizard decks. But if Charizard happens to find a Fire Energy, they can just retreat the active into Charmander, then go Rare Candy Charizard, and then they can just use their ability to accelerate energy into play. So at most, a minor inconvenience for Gastrodon. Does Gastrodon counter Pidgeot EX? No, because Pidgeot EX has free retreat. So it's actually one of the easiest stage 2 Pokemon to use from the active spot because anytime your opponent takes a knockout, you can just promote Pidgeot EX, use its quick search ability, and then free retreat into whatever attack you want to use. So not great against Pidgeot EX either. So those are some pretty big targets that you would want to shut down with Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is not exactly doing a great job of shutting them down. Gastrodon does have some perks, okay? I don't want to completely write the card off. Gastrodon is quite good against Lugia, all right? Archeops does not love having to be in the active spot in order to use its Primal Turbo ability. It does not, okay? So Gastrodon does actually do a pretty good job of stopping Archeops. by making it super awkward for Archeops to be able to actually accelerate energy into play. And really, that's kind of the best thing that it is good against. Gastrodon is also annoyingly good against Baxcalibur. I mean, having to have Baxcalibur in the active spot if you're playing like a Chen-Pao deck, that's turbo annoying. You wouldn't want to have Baxcalibur in the active spot in order to use its super cold ability. Now, I've got lots of people in the chat talking about, what about Fluttermane? What about Fluttermane? What about Fluttermane? Thank you, Hiker Ant, for that sub and the 14 months. What about Fluttermane? All right, so what people are saying is, what if I have a Gastrodon on the bench and I've got Fluttermane in the active spot? Haha! That's right. Perfect lock. Well, not exactly. All right, so then what are you doing? What is your strategy, right? Fluttermane has the Midnight Fluttering ability, which says as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's active Pokemon has no abilities. And then you've got Gastrodon, which stops your abilities from your opponent's Stage 2 Pokemon on the bench. So what that means is that if you can keep Fluttermane in the active, and your opponent never uses Boss's Orders or anything scary like that, and then, or Iron Bundle, mind you, and then you have Gastrodon on the bench, then you could shut down Stage 2 Pokemon's abilities, except for when they have Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher. How are you beating a deck like Raging Bolt? What are we doing here? How are you beating a deck like Roaring Moon EX, Miraidon? What are we even conceptually doing against any deck that attacks with basic Pokemon? And then when it comes to Stage 2 Pokemon, Charizard, if you're attacking with Fluttermane, in earnest, if you are attacking with Fluttermane, and you're like, well, I'm just going to Hex Hurl him to death. It's a 3 energy attack that does 90 damage and 2 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon. Dude, I can just manually attach to a Charizard and beat you. Like, I don't even need Charizard's ability, dog. I'm just going to go attach, knockout, 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 game, right? Dude, it's pitiful. Fluttermane ain't doing squat. So then what? What if I, attacked with Alakazam EX? Oh, what if I have Alakazam EX on my bench and I have Dimensional Hand and I can use Alakazam on the bench while Fluttermane's in the active, and then I have also got Gastrodon and I'm doing 120 damage. Is it worth it? No. It's just a bad strategy. Maybe Gastrodon, maybe Gastrodon will have some existence in some sort of deck as a tech for some specific matchup. I could see Gastrodon seeing play to limit Lugia's effectiveness. I could legitimately see that because Gastrodon is quite good against Lugia. That could be a thing. But outside of that, I don't think Gastrodon is all that great. It's not as good as it reads. That's kind of the moral of the story. I think it's just okay. All right, all you ancient box enjoyers out there, fine, you got a new toy. I don't think that ancient box is a great deck in Standard, but it certainly has its fans and its believers, and Koraidon is a nice addition to the Ancient Box card pool. It's got the Intense Assault attack, which costs 2 colorless energy and does 30 damage plus 150 more damage if one of your other ancient Pokemon use an attack during your last turn. This is great for knocking out Iron Hands EX, for knocking out Terapagos EX. Any fighting weak Pokemon, Koraidon's going to be just smacking it, which is great. And since Ancient Box decks use basic Darkness Energy and Sada's Vitality to accelerate energy into play, you're going to be swinging for the full 180 damage, though you could use Double Turbo to use this attack. You're probably not doing that, so 180 damage is decent damage output for the Koraidon. The problem with Koraidon is that thing where it said one of your other ancient Pokemon had to use an attack last turn. That's an issue because Koraidon can never be the aggressor. You can't just go in with the Koraidon as your first attacker. Intense Assault will just do 30 damage. And then even if you attack with the Koraidon and you use Intense Assault, and then your opponent doesn't respond, and then you use Intense Assault again, it's never going to boost itself. Koraidon can never boost itself because it says one of your other ancient Pokemon had to use an attack last turn. So, say you've got a Roaring Moon on your bench and you've got a Koraidon in the active spot, and you take a knockout with Koraidon, and then your opponent gusts up the Roaring Moon and knocks it out, and then you bring up Koraidon again, then you can't hit for increased damage with Intense Assault. Now, I know that sounds situational, but that kind of thing happens, and that is an annoying qualifier of this attack. Yes, you can't use the exact same Koraidon. Yes, that's what it means. Yes, you could have two Koraidon, but then, eventually you can't attack with the same Koraidon back-to-back turns. So what I'm saying is that it just gets kind of annoying sometimes. For instance, let's say you want to use this Koraidon in your Raging Bolt deck instead of Sandy Shocks. First of all, Sandy Shocks is good in the Raging Bolt deck because it offers up a single prize if you're trying to manipulate the prize race, and you can use it on the first turn of the game going second, and you can use it back-to-back turns if you want to. Situations like this occur all the time. Say you go up with your Sandy Shocks and you take a knockout. Then your opponent, in trying to do the 2-4-6 prize race, gusts up an EX Pokemon on your bench and knocks it out. Then you promote the Sandy Shocks and you try to force them to take that single prize again, right? And then you use Pokemon Catcher, bring up a little guy, knock him out with Sandy Shocks. You can't do that with Koraidon, because if you attack with Koraidon and then your opponent gusts up a 2-prizer and then you want to attack with a single prizer again, guess what? Tough luck. You cannot do that because you're only going to be doing 30 damage. That is a little bit annoying. You could attach the additional energy to Koraidon, I guess, and just use Hammer In, I suppose. That is an option. 110 damage for 3. It's an option. I do think that Koraidon not being able to use a good attack on the first turn of the game going second is definitely a shortcoming. Something that I really like about Sandy Shocks is that it can get in there on the first turn of the game going second if your opponent has a single prize Pokemon in the active spot, like a little guy, and being able to go turn 1 knockout with a single prize Pokemon. That's pretty much exactly what you want to be able to do in Raging Bolt. Koraidon, you have to attack with Raging Bolt first, then you can move into Koraidon. So I think that Koraidon is, maybe it could see play as a one-of in Raging Bolt decks, maybe. But I still kind of think that Sandy Shocks does hold some value. But Koraidon could certainly squeeze in there. It's just not it's not all that. It's just kind of some of that, if that makes sense. In Ancient Box, this card is still good, And it will see play in Ancient Box decks. 100%, don't get me wrong. I could see Ancient Box decks playing like 2 of these. And it'll take key knockouts against fighting weak Pokemon. So it's a nice tool for Ancient Box decks. All right, folks, hang tight. I'm going to take a quick break. When I get back, we're going to talk about Hydreigon EX. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll be back momentarily. And when I get back, we're going to talk about the 3-headed dragon. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Oh, man. Every time it's set review day, I almost lose my voice. This is a lot of talking, I guess. I want to do a poll real quick. Where'd my poll go? Did I start the poll? No? Dang it. Poll. Is this good? Yes. Could top 8. No. Could not. Is Hydreigon good? Start the poll. Oh, poll's already active. It's active. Where is it? How come I can't see the results? This is messed up. Stinky Twitch. Ah, here it is. I had to refresh. It's there. I had to refresh. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe if you can't see it. There it is. What do we think about Hydreigon? Is Hydreigon good or not? I'll let you guys decide. Hydreigon EX is a new Stage 2 Darkness type Pokemon with 330 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack does 200 damage for Darkness and a colorless energy, and you have to discard the top 3. And you get to discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Its second attack, Obsidian, costs a Psychic, a Darkness, a Metal, and a colorless energy. It does 130 damage and 130 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. This is a very Hydreigon card. This is like your Hydreigon enjoyers Hydreigon card for sure. It's the destruction Pokemon, and this is a very destructive card indeed. 200 damage for 2 energy, and you discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. It's like a little bit of everything. You got a little bit of mill going on, you got a little bit of decent damage output, and you got a little bit of beef, 330 HP, and you got a little bit of spread attack. Obsidian can do 130 damage to 3 targets. So, how are we winning games with this? And does Hydreigon EX do anything better than anything else? And when you're trying to build a game-winning strategy, that's usually what you're looking for. You want to find something that does something better than other cards. So, off the bat, it feels to me like Hydreigon EX isn't the best mill card, isn't the best attacker, and isn't the best spread card. But it does do all 3. It is unique in that it mills, it does some decent damage output, and it can spread. That's what makes it unique, is that it can do all of those. But is it doing any of them better than the already existent cards? As far as milling your opponent out, you're probably better off using a single prize Pokemon. As I said earlier when talking about Durant, it's just it's a better strategy to use a card like Great Tusk and only offer up a single prize Pokemon every time you attack, because Great Tusk can start milling on the first turn of the game and then is only giving up a single prize at a time. So it's just a more consistent strategy for running your opponent out of resources. Great Tusk also mills 4 cards. Hydreigon only mills 3. Hydreigon does kind of pressure your opponent's attacker, though, forcing them to have to build up new attackers back-to-back turns. But since Hydreigon does give up 2 prizes, your opponent can just win the game in like 3 or 4 turns, because they can just knock out Hydreigon, and then the game's over. And then, at most, you've maybe milled 9 cards, because like at best, maybe you got to mill maybe 9, maybe 12 cards from your opponent's deck. So there is there is that possibility, but I don't think that the mill factor is like the strongest part about this card. 200 damage certainly isn't the strongest part about this card either. 200 damage can be buffed if you happen to be playing the Binding Mochi and you want to play Pecharon EX. You could poison your own Hydreigon, put it into the active spot, and you could do 240 damage with Crashing Heads, which is better than 200. So it is nice to be able to fix that math and do a little bit more damage if you happen to be playing the Binding Mochi. Obsidian is an interesting attack. 130 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon, 130 to the active, 130 to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. This is an extremely steep attack cost. I mean, a Psychic, a Metal, a Darkness, and a Colorless. This is the kind of attack cost where if you manage to pull it off, you are going to want to win the game with an Obsidian attack. You probably want to try and use Obsidian maybe twice and just win the game with it. You could play the Crystal Ace spec with Hydreigon EX to make its attack cost 1 less. You could use Crispin to help get energy onto it. You could use Dark Patch to help get energy onto it. But keep in mind what we're doing. We're talking about playing Crispin and Dark Patch with our Stage 2 Pokemon. And if you look at other Stage 2 Pokemon that have tried to use other forms of acceleration to do big damage or lots of things, I mean, think about Cinderace, right? Cinderace EX is kind of like a prime example because people thought Cinderace was going to be good, but it's not good. And the reason it's not good is because it takes time to evolve your Stage 2 Pokemon into play. And then you have to play cards to accelerate energy onto them. And that usually happens by maybe turn 3 at the fastest. So in an ideal world, you get all your basics out turn 1. And then you go Rare Candy and maybe you evolve, a Stage 2 Pokemon into play. But you probably don't have all of the energy to attach to it yet. So that's going to be happening on turn 3. By the time turn 3 rolls around, the game is almost entirely over in standard format. I think that's like the thing. It's really hard for people to wrap their mind around right now. Games only last 4 turns. The game is 3/4 of the way over. If you don't start attacking until turn 3, that game is almost over. That game is almost over. That's how fast standard format is right now. It is a hyper-aggressive, relentless, unforgiving, turboed out format. That's the world we're living in. That's the world that you want to try and get a 4 energy attack Hydreigon EX attacking in? I don't know about that. Dragapult EX only really became playable once the Crystal came out. Dragapult EX was not very good before that Crystal came out. Now that Dragapult EX can attack for a single energy, that means that it's a playable Stage 2 Pokemon because it can attack on turn 2. That's what makes Dragapult so good, and you're spreading damage. This thing is not attacking until turn 3 at the best. You're probably not attacking till turn 3. I really don't think that you're going to be getting an Obsidian. You're not getting Obsidian on turn 2. It's not happening. You could get a Crashing Heads on turn 2. Sure. But it's not going to be as easy as getting a turn 2 attack with Charizard or a turn 2 attack with Dragapult. You could play the Crystal, I guess. Okay, maybe it's just as easy. All right, I take that back. It's just as easy to get a turn 2 Crashing Heads as it is to get a turn 2 attack with Dragapult. With Crystal, you could get a turn 2 Crashing Heads, 200 damage, discard the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. But let me ask you, what's better? Is it better to do a turn 2 attack with Dragapult, where you're doing 200 damage and spreading 6 damage counters to your opponent's bench? Or is it better to get a turn 2 crashing heads where you're doing 200 damage and discarding the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Which one of those attacks is more likely going to lead you to a victory? And I think you're lying to yourself if you don't say it's Dragapult, right? Because discarding the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck is not actively helping you chase the win condition, because Hydreigon is probably not going to be a mill deck. Obsidian is a crazy spread attack, and if you pull off the turn 3 Obsidian, that could be very good. The downside of Obsidian is that it is damage dealt. You can't use Obsidian to damage benched Terra Pokemon, so that's a huge downside. You can't hit into benched Teal Mask Ogerpon, benched Charizards, benched Dragapults, none of that, because they have the built-in Terra effect, which says that if they're on the bench, they can't be damaged by your opponent's attacks. So you can only use that to pick off smaller threats or non-Terra Pokemon. By turn 3, that you would be using, this is best case scenario, you're using turn 3 Obsidian. This is best case, that's like the dream scenario. It's more likely it'd be turn 4, which, as I've said, most games are over by turn 4. Turn 3, many of your opponent's Pokemon are already like fully evolved up. So you're getting Obsidian by the time all of your opponent's Pokemon are already evolved up. It just is, it's not the best way to win a game. There are better spread attackers in the format. Radiant Greninja, Dusknoir, Dragapult. These are the premier spread attacks in the format. They are easier to use, and they are going to be, therefore, more effective. Obsidian is really difficult to pull off. I promise you, you'll see some YouTube videos out there showing off Hydreigon and getting crazy win conditions with Obsidian. It's going to happen. You could even play Hydreigon with Dusknoir and do total board wipes, 6 prize turns in a single turn. Yeah, okay. But is it going to be a strategy that actually performs at tournaments? Absolutely not. Turbo Energize, it's doing too much. It's doing too much. It's doing too much. Hydreigon plus Xatu, it's doing too much. It's just not, it's not. Have you guys played against, like, have you played against these turbo decks? Have you played against them? Like your Dragapult Dusknoir? Have you played against Dragapult Dusknoir? Have you played against Palkia Dusknoir? Have you played against Raging Bolt? Do you know what it feels like? You have no time. You have absolutely no time to set up. It's not like this card needs time to set up. And then by the time you set up Obsidian, your opponent's board is fully developed. By the time you get even if you get a turn 3 Obsidian, turn 2 Obsidian is not happening. Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not happening. You're telling me you're going to have turn 1 attached to Dino, turn 2 Rare Candy, Hydreigon, Crispin, Crystal. Blech. No, you're not. Oh, and then I almost forgot. I almost forgot about Kyurem. If you like the strategy of trying to deal 130 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon, just do this instead. Using Trifrost with Regidrago V-Star is just better. You can do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon for just 3 energy, and it's way better than having to get all of these energy on a Stage 2 Pokemon EX. I promise you, If you want to do this kind of crazy attack where you're dealing over 100 damage to 3 targets, just use Kyurem. Just use Kyurem. It's way better. It's way more effective. It's part of an already proven archetype, Regidrago V-Star with Teal Mask Ogerpon. Just a better way to do it. My screen's frozen. Dang it. Why does this always happen to me? There we go. My heart and mind are closed. I'm just realistic, y'all. I'm just telling you what you don't want to hear. I'm telling you the facts. You ain't beating this stuff. You're not even beating Golden Go. There's a difference between realistic and pessimistic. All right. You guys remember when the Poison Trio came out? And I told you guys that this card was terrible? You didn't want to hear it. Was I being realistic or pessimistic? I was being realistic. Oh, you were calling me realistic. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you how it is. I'm not lying to you. When I told you Cinderace was bad, when I told you Cinderace EX was bad, was I lying to you? No. I was telling you the facts. When I told you people did not want to hear this, what's that? When I told you that Incineroar EX was bad, did chat want to hear it? No, they didn't. Was it true? Yes, it was. So, listen, this isn't the fluffy pillow everybody gets a trophy set review, all right? That's not what it is. This is not the everybody gets a consolation prize set review. No. We are telling you guys how it is. I am giving you the facts. All right. Giving you the facts. Some people don't want to hear the truth. I get it. Pecharunt is finally getting an official set release in Surging Sparks. It's got the Toxic Subjugation ability, which says as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, put 5 more damage counters on your opponent's poison Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. This is a pretty good card. It is a card that already exists in standard format because there's a promo that came out in an Elite Trainer box, but it's coming out in the set, so I figure I might as well review it. It's actually indexed right now, already seeing play. It got top 4 at a special event, I think. The Joinville. It got top 4 at the Joinville Regional Championships in Brazil. It was being played in the Cloth Electro deck, which uses Brute Bonnet to inflict poison on both Cloth and the defending Pokemon. Pecharunt can be a way to finish off Pokemon with poison damage, and can also be a way to take turn 1 knockouts against little Pokemon like Ralts and Charmander. You can use Brute Bonnet to poison, and then, retreat or switch into Pecharunt. And if you get a Radiant Hisuian Sneasler into play, then you're going to be inflicting 8 damage counters of poison on the first turn of the game. So you can take turn 1 knockouts with Toxic Subjugation by inflicting poison and just leaving Pecharunt in the active. It's a cool card. We've got a new Eternatus on the way. This is the first non-rule box Eternatus card that has ever been printed. There was Radiant Eternatus, there was Eternatus VMAX, and now finally we have got the Plain Jane Eternatus. 150 hit point dragon Pokemon with 2 attacks. Dynablast costs 1 darkness energy and does 10 damage, plus 80 if your opponent's active Pokemon is a Pokemon EX. So 90 damage to Pokemon EX. And then World's End costs a fire and 2 darkness energy and does 230 damage. You have to discard a Stadium in order to use the attack, and if you can't, this attack does nothing. What's funny about this Eternatus is that it feels like a year late. This card would be really good in Lost Box decks, right? Like 230 damage in a Lost Box deck. You could easily use Mirage Gate to accelerate a fire and a darkness energy to your Eternatus. 230 damages, taking a lot of key knockouts. Yeah, 150 HP. But Lost Box is dead. I mean, it's astonishing how dead Lost Box is right now. Like, it's mind-blowing how fast that entire engine has fallen off the face of the earth. So, Eternatus, not really a card that's going to see a lot of play in standard format. In Gym Leader Challenge, you could certainly power up Eternatus with a Double Dragon Energy and a Mela or a Raihan. 230 damage in the Dragon Gym Leader Challenge deck is phenomenal. Obviously, Dynablast isn't going to be doing squat because there's no EX Pokemon allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format. But World's End is a very high power level attack and would be probably one of the strongest attacks that Dragon has in its available card pool. And I think that this card will see some play in Dragon GLC decks. Oh, this is one of the worst Terra Pokemon I've ever had the mispleasure of reading. Tatsugiri EX, 160 HP, and it's got 2 attacks. First attack, Sneaky Pump. For a fire and a water, does 100 damage. And this attack's damage ignores all effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. 2 for 100 on my 160 hit point Pokemon EX. That's a big no thank you. All right, let's see what else we got. Cinnabar Lure. For a fire, a water, and a darkness energy, look at the top 10 cards of your deck, choose any number of Pokemon you find there, and put them onto your bench. Then shuffle the other cards back into your deck. In a similar way to Lapras EX, this card is not going to be potent enough to be able to win you a game. I mean, if you get to the point where you have powered up your 160 hit point 2 Prizer and use Cinnabar Lure, and then you randomly look at the top 10 cards of your deck, there better be some broken cards you find there to put into play. The cool thing about this is that it does allow you to instantly pop Stage 2 Pokemon into play. Yes, that's the cool thing about it. But getting those Stage 2 Pokemon into play better win you the game. There better be some Exodia level combination that you are getting into play, because if you start attacking on turn 3, like I've been saying this entire review, standard format, 3 to 4 turn games, that's it. You're offering up a 2-prize Pokemon into the active spot for the hope that you get some broken stage 2 Pokemon into play. It's absolutely not happening. And then your opponent's going to be most of the way done winning the game by the time you get those dudes into play. So whatever dudes you get into play, you're starting on like turn 3. Because what, are you going to get the turn 1 Cinnabar Lure? No, you're not. You're lying to yourself if you think you're getting the turn 1 Cinnabar Lure. You'd have to go turn 1 Crystal Crispin, right? It's probably not happening. So what, turn 2 Cinnabar Lure? Sure, I'll give you that. What if you get the turn 2 Cinnabar Lure? Then that means by turn 3, you get to finally start attacking with all your broken Pokemon in play that hopefully you find in the top 10 cards of your deck. That's not a guarantee, by the way. And then your opponent's already probably knocked out the wimpy 160 hit point Tatsugiri anyway. So, like, it's just terrible. Big boy. Slacking EX. Colorless Stage 2 Pokemon, 340 hit points, and it's got the Slacking Off ability, which says if your opponent has no Pokemon EX or Pokemon V in play, this Pokemon cannot attack. Huh. All right. And it's got the Great Swing attack, which costs 2 colorless energy and does 280 damage. You have to discard an energy from this Pokemon. You can use this attack with a double turbo energy, which would decrease the damage output to 260, which is significantly worse than 280 because 280 hits key knockouts against Pokemon V-Star and Pidgeot EX. 260, not so much. So you're probably going to want to play this with basic energy or maybe jet energy to help you move your slacking in and out of the active spots. The beef I have with this card is that slacking off ability. Why does slacking always have abilities that make it worse? It's just kind of part of the deal. In formats past, you would have absolutely played this card with Path to the Peak. And Path to the Peak is the card that was played alongside Slacking V. Slacking V had a similarly annoying ability that made it so that you could only use Slacking on, like, what? The even prize turns or something like that. Kind of lazy. Yeah. You can only... Oh, you can't attack if you have 2, 4, or 6 prize cards. Yeah, so you do a lot of damage, but you've got this annoying ability. Path to the Peak turned that annoying ability off, meaning that you could attack with Slacking V whenever you wanted, which is the dream. But Path to the Peak is no longer legal in standard format. So that's not great. What you can do, though... No, it doesn't work. You can't even use the no good Gastrodon to turn its ability off because Gastrodon doesn't stop the ability in the active spot. This is how bad Gastrodon is. It's not even good at doing the thing it ought to do in the set. It ought to turn off the slacking so that you can use it, but it doesn't. Because in order to attack with slacking, it's got to be in the active spot. And the Gastrodon only stops the abilities of benched Stage 2 Pokemon. So, unfortunately, Gastrodon doesn't even do it. It's a fine drawback ability. I mean, most Pokemon TCG decks are going to have EX Pokemon in play. Yeah, so most of the time you won't have to deal with it. But building your entire deck around the fact that your opponent can kind of decide when you get to use your attack, that is kind of annoying. And I would certainly want to have a backup attacker for slacking, because sometimes you're going to be up against a deck that doesn't have an EX Pokemon or play. Sometimes you're going to be up against a deck that doesn't have a Pokemon EX in play. And your opponent being able to dictate the pace of the game is kind of frustrating. You could imagine, what if I'm up against a Charizard deck and they just got a board with Charmanders and they've got a board with a Cleffa that they're drawing cards with, and maybe they got a Pidgey, right? And they're just having a slow setup and they haven't found any of their EX Pokemon yet. You can't like start taking the lead with slacking until they get set up, until they put a two-prizer into play. This guy, 3 energy though? Nah. Slacking does have 340 HP though. It's a big guy, gonna be tough to knock out. It's an okay card, not exceptional. This is a fun Kecleon, basic Pokemon with 70 hit points and the Hidden Expertise ability, which says if any damage is done to this Pokemon by attacks, flip a coin. If heads, prevent that damage. Cool! So it's got a 50% chance of being invincible, and then the Tongue Whip attack costs 2 colorless energy, and it does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Not the strongest attacker, not going to be very relevant in standard formats, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, if you had a colorless spread deck, which is a possibility, there are enough cards in the colorless pool to create a colorless spread strategy. You get a 50% chance of being invincible, and then, you could spread damage around with your Kecleon. Not a bad card in GLC. Is this the first ever colorless Heliolisk? No. What the heck? Cosmic Eclipse. Listen, I spent way too long on stream trying to make Mousehold EX work. Mousehold EX is a terrible card, and Mousehold from Surging Sparks is not going to fix it. Sorry. Big T, Terapagos, 120 hit point turtle with the Prism Charge attack. Search your deck for up to 3 basic energy, all of different types, and attach them to your Terra Pokemon in any way you like. You could use Prism Charge to power up your Pikachu EX if you wanted to in your Pikachu Blissey deck. The Joltik only has 30 hit points, so it's possible that Terapagos is actually a better setup Pokemon for that Pikachu Blissey deck than the Joltik, because Joltik is just kind of a weak guy. And then you can actually use Glass Trumpet to accelerate energy onto Terapagos as well, since it is a colorless Pokemon. I like this card. It's a nice setup card. Nice, wholesome setup card. Feels good. All right, Hydreigon Copers in the chats. This is how we'll make Hydreigon work. Oh, okay. So you go turn 2, Rare Candy, Hydreigon, and then you use Terapagos to accelerate energy onto the Hydreigon, and then you're going turn 3, attack with Hydreigon. All right. Okay. Okay. New item card, Mystery Set. Allows you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You can put them back in any order or shuffle those cards and put them on the bottom of your deck. This is an interesting turbo style item, and nothing like this has really been printed before, so I say it's interesting because it is unique. It's got a unique effect. It makes it so that your draw is somewhat optimized in a way. If you're playing a card that draws cards off the top of your deck, like Colress's Experiment or Professor's Research, or if you're about to use an ability that draws cards off the top of the deck, like Trade, or even your Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, you can take a look at what those cards are going to be, and you can reorder them to make sure that you draw into them. Or if you don't like the cards that you see, you can put them on the bottom of your deck so that you see a different card entirely. I think that this card's got potential in both Standard and Gym Leader Challenge formats. Gym Leader Challenge decks are, really liking item-based engines. I mean, there's a lot of different turbo-style items that exist in Gym Leader Challenge format. And being able to manipulate your draw in some kind of way is cool. I don't know if Mystery Set really stands up to all of the great items that have been released since Black and White, but in Standard format, this is a turbo style item, and the format is a turbo style format. This card could see some play. I do think that Trekking Shoes is probably just the better card right now, but you could even play Mystery Set with Trekking Shoes, and then, you could see what cards you're about to trek into before you trek. So, maybe. It's at least something different. I'll do all the A specs at the end. There's a couple new berry tools, Colbur Berry and Babiri Berry. These cards are not good. Colbur Berry says whenever the Pokemon this card is attached to is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Darkness Pokemon, these cards are not great. Colbur Berry says whenever the Pokemon this card is attached to is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Darkness Pokemon, this Pokemon takes 60 less damage from that attack, then discard this card. Actually, are they bad? Are they that bad? They're not that bad. They're not that... You know what? They're not that bad. Yeah. All right. We've got some new berry tool cards that are like very hyper-specific tech cards. They decrease damage that your Pokemon take from specific types of Pokemon, and they only last for a single turn that your Pokemon endures an attack. Colbur Berry decreases the damage that your Pokemon takes from Darkness Pokemon by 60. And then once you take a hit, you have to discard the Colbur Berry. And the Babiri Berry decreases damage that you take from Metal Pokemon. Metal Pokemon are not as big of a deal in Standard right now as Darkness Pokemon, but if you got Charizard EX problems, Colbur Berry could be a solution. I mean, you could tech for Charizard EX. Charizard EX historically hits pretty exact math in a lot of situations, and the Colbur Berry certainly accounts for a wide range. I mean, decreasing the damage that you take by 60 is pretty wild. The issue with a card like Colbur Berry is that Charizard decks are usually being paired with Pidgeot EX, which means that you could use Pidgeot EX to search for the answer to Colbur Berry. You could find a You could find the vacuum, or you could find the jamming tower, though jamming tower and vacuum stocks are pretty low right now. Not a lot of decks are actually running those. It'd be more likely that your opponent would just try to gust around the Pokemon with Colbur Berry attached in order to take the win. These are some interesting design cards, and I think that there could be a place for them in standard format. New technical machine tool is being released as well, and I love that they're not totally writing off this new mechanic already. They're continuing to print technical machines throughout the block. Great! I hope that they continue to print technical machines until the end of the Scarlet and Violet block, because I really hate it that Pokemon and creatures seem to like get into a new mechanic and then release it for like 2 sets and then just be like, well, I'm done with that. New toy time. So it's cool to see another technical machine get released, even though it's terrible. Technical machine Fluorite is a tool you could attach to give the Pokemon it's attached to an attack. Fluorite, for a grass, a water, and a psychic energy, you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon, but you get to heal all damage from each of your Terra Pokemon. So, yeah. We live in a one-hit KO world. I don't really think that sacking 3 energy to heal all your Terra Pokemon is a winning strategy right now. 3 new supporters: Serrano, Clement's Wit, and Jasmine's Gaze. Serrano is a supporter that allows you to search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them, and put them into your hand. This card could be good in the same way that Adventure... What was the card that got you 3 Pokemon V out of your deck? Was it Explorer's... Not Explorer's Guidance. It was like Adventure's Discovery. Yeah. Serrano could be good in the same way that Adventurer's Discovery was good for a brief time in Arceus V-Star decks. Adventurer's Discovery allows you to search your deck for 3 Pokemon V and put them into your hand. This is the same exact effect, but with Pokemon EX. Adventurer's Discovery wasn't a great card, but it did fulfill a use in Arceus decks. And what made it good in Arceus decks is that when you put Arceus V-Star into play, you can use its V-Star power and then go get whatever you want out of your deck. So if there gets to be a time where getting a Pokemon EX kind of instantly gets you what you want out of your deck, I mean, Serrano can kind of set up your entire strategy in that way. I'm not saying that that combination exists in Standard yet. That combination with Arceus V-Star did not exist when this card was released, but at some point in the future, Serrano could be good. Clement's Wit is a supporter that allows you to heal 60 damage from each of your lightning Pokemon. I said it before and I'll say it again. Healing is not a winning strategy in Standard right now because we live in one-hit KO land. That's just what we live. We live in one-hit KO land, okay? Healing 60 damage from each of your lightning Pokemon. I don't even think that that would help a Miraidon deck to beat a Dragapult deck, really. And are you going to waste a deck spot on Clement's Wit? Realistically, I don't think so. I think that when it does come to healing your cards, you're better off playing a card like Penny or Turo Scenario. Those are just stronger options in Standard format right now for picking up and healing a Pokemon. They're better because they also function as switching cards, and having that dual application makes those cards more useful in more scenarios than a pure healing card. So I would certainly rather play Turo Scenario or Penny in my Lightning deck over Clement's Wit. Jasmine's Gaze is a new supporter card that says, during your opponent's next turn, each of your Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. I actually think this card is cool. And I like defensive cards. I mean, I do. I like defensive cards a lot. I loved Lucario and Melmetal Tag Team GX from Unbroken Bonds. I thought that was it from Unbroken Bonds? Is that what am I tripping? Yes, it was. Okay. I like defensive cards a lot. I mean, you saw me raging about that Donphan earlier. I think defensive strategies are really cool. I played Gudra V-Star to multiple major events, okay? I top 64 at EUIC one year with Gudra V-Star. I like these strategies. I think they're cool. If I'm being realistic, standard format doesn't seem like it's in a spot where defensive strategies are going to be effective. It really doesn't. I mean, you've got Roaring Moon EX can blow up anything. You've got Raging Bolt EX can blow up anything. You've got Dusknoir, literally blows up anything. So I'm not exactly sure that decreasing damage that you take by 30 is going to be the strongest thing, especially on a supporter card. It only works for one turn. You're not using your supporter to do something more meaningful during your turn. 30 less damage from attacks does feel a little underpowered, even in a format like Gym Leader Challenge. It's like 30 less damage. I mean, I could accomplish the same thing with a tool card, right? Like I could just and compare the power level to a GX attack like Full Metal Wall. I mean, when you used Full Metal Wall, you were taking 30 less damage for the rest of the game. I mean, that's just like really good. This is just a one-off 30 less damage for one turn. I would rather play a Pot Helmet, frankly. Well, how exciting is Exciting Stadium? Let's see. New Stadium card. Basic Pokemon in play. Get plus 30 hit points. Oh! Why? Why do basic Pokemon need to get stronger? We've already got Raging Bolt. It's got 240 HP. You can already put a Bravery Charm on that sucker to give it 290 hit points. Why do we need to give Raging Bolt even more HP? I'm not even saying that this is going to be a card you would play in Raging Bolt, but why? Why? Tell me why. Why? And then Gravity Mountain makes it so that stage 2 Pokemon in play get minus 30 hit points. Okay. So in the same breath, we've got Exciting Stadium, which gives your Raging Bolt plus 30 hit points, or any basic Pokemon you want. Blood Moon Ursaluna can have 290 HP, whatever. And you've got Gravity Mountain, which makes it so that stage 2 Pokemon get minus 30 HP. I think Gravity Mountain's actually a really good card. Gravity Mountain will definitely see play. Think about all those annoying stage 2 Pokemon with 330 HP. My golly, it would be great if I had a way to deal 30 extra damage to them. I mean, Gravity Mountain essentially does that. Think of it this way. Think of it like Gravity Mountain says, your attacks do 30 more damage to stage 2 Pokemon. That's essentially what it says. It makes it so that they have 30 less hit points. So you only have to do 300 damage to knock out a Charizard EX. You only have to do 280 damage to knock out a Gardevoir EX. You only have to do 290 damage to knock out a Dragapult EX. So Gravity Mountain makes a lot of stage 2 Pokemon just fall into a much kinder realm than they were at previously. And Gravity Mountain also combos perfectly with that new Pikachu EX, because Pikachu EX does 300 damage. And that's kind of a problem, because if you're going through all the trouble of setting up Pikachu EX and using this crazy Topaz Bolt attack, you want to take a one-hit KO. You do not want to have to two-hit KO a Pokemon with Topaz Bolt, okay? That's not what the attack is for. This attack is for one-hit KOing, smacking things. That's what this attack is supposed to do. You are not supposed to be using 2 Topaz Bolt to take out one Pokemon. 600 damage to knock out one Pokemon EX with 330 hit points would be ridiculous. So instead of that, you just combo Pikachu with the Gravity Mountain and make it so that your Pikachu only has to do that 300 damage so that you can get the KOs against Charizard EX, Gardevoir EX, and Dragapult EX. Yeah, Gravity Mountain's very good. I don't think Exciting Stadium is as good as Gravity Mountain, but Gravity Mountain is kind of the real deal. The cards from Japan's Sylveon EX starter deck and Ceruledge EX deck will also be included in our Surging Sparks set. Sylveon EX is kind of neat. It is the first of the Terra Evolution EX cards. Wait, is Sylveon going to be in Surging Sparks? Or are they going to save Sylveon? They might save Sylveon for the Eevee set. What do we think? Confirmed already for Surging Sparks? Really? Anyways. The cards from Japan's Sylveon EX and Ceruledge EX decks will probably also be in our Surging Sparks sets, so let's talk about these guys real quick. Azumarill is a great single prize attacker with the Twinkling Soap ability, which says that Double Edge can be used for just 1 Psychic Energy if you have any Terra Pokemon in play. And Double Edge does 230 damage, with the drawback being that Azumarill does 50 damage to itself. I think that Azumarill is actually the most promising new single prize attacker from Surging Sparks. So if you're somebody who hates playing multi-prize attackers and you want to play your single prize deck, I really think that Azumarill is the card for you. You do have to have a Terra Pokemon in play, and as it is right now, Terra Pokemon are all 2 prize Pokemon. They are all Pokemon EX. So you have to have a Terra Pokemon in play. But if you do, you can use Double Edge for just 1 Psychic Energy, 230 damage for 1 Psychic Energy. It's about as good as it gets for single prize attackers. Now, fortunately, there is a good solution to this because you could just put Pikachu EX into play as your Terra Pokemon of choice. And the reason why Pikachu EX gets to be the Pokemon of choice is because it is the most difficult Terra Pokemon to knock out because of its Tenacious Heart ability, which makes it so that it can't be easily one-hit KO'd. So you can put Pikachu EX on the bench and then swing with your Azumarill and its Double Edge attack, cranking out 230 damage for just 1 Psychic Energy. I've seen lots of Azumarill lists from Japan. Some of them are playing Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX as the Terra Pokemon right now, but that's because Pikachu EX isn't released in Japan yet. It comes out in their Supercharged Breaker set. It comes out in their Supercharged Breaker set, which is releasing next week. And a lot of lists are playing the Noctowl engine as well to help string attacks together. So Azumarill is actually a pretty good single prize attacking option for standard format. I'm not sure if Sylveon EX will be a part of our Surging Sparks set or if it'll be a part of the upcoming Terra Evolution set, which we are getting in January. But just in case we do get it in Surging Sparks, here it is. It's a Stage 1 Pokemon EX with 270 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Magical Charm, does 160 damage for a Psychic and 2 colorless energy, and during your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon's attacks do 100 less damage, And then Angel Light costs a water, a lightning, and a psychic energy, and you have to shuffle 2 of your opponent's, and you get to shuffle 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon and all attached cards into their deck. If one of your Pokemon used Angel Light last turn, you can't use it this turn. Magical Charm is kind of a stinky attack. This would be a really good attack if it read that Sylveon takes 100 less damage from the opponent's attacks next turn. But that is not what it reads. I'm getting a... cool. Cool. So it looks like Sylveon EX will actually be in our Surging Spark set. Great. But that is not what Magical Charm reads. Magical Charm makes it so that the defending Pokemon's attacks do 100 less damage. So if your opponent just switches that Pokemon to the bench, that effect gets removed. So they have some way to manipulate that debuff on their attack. It's much stronger if the buff goes to Sylveon. Instead, the debuff goes to the defending Pokemon. That means if Sylveon actually takes a knockout with Magical Charm, then Sylveon doesn't get a defensive buff at all because the Pokemon that you put the debuff on gets knocked out. So that's why I don't like the effect going on the defending Pokemon instead of Sylveon. The attack would be much stronger if the effect went to Sylveon instead. Now, Angel Light is the reason this card is getting any hype or looks interesting. Angel Light allows you to just target 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon and all attached cards and shuffle them all into the opponent's deck. That is a very disruptive attack. I think that Angel Light could be a strong option for some decks, but it doesn't outright win you the game. And frankly, Magical Charm is not a good enough attack that I don't think that it is going to be outright winning you games either. So Angel Light is very disruptive, but I am anxious to see what other evolutions get released in the upcoming Evolution Terra set, because you could build some sort of Evolution EX Terra box where you are using different Evolution EX Pokemon for different situations. This is the only one we have revealed right now. Angel Light is a powerful option, but it's not winning you the game outright. So I do think you're going to have to combo Angel Light with something that actually does something and not just like be annoying. I think Sylveon EX is really good at being annoying, but you're going to need to partner it with something that actually wins you the game. Something I really like about the Evolutions is that they have access to this awesome Eevee with the boosted evolution ability, which says if this Pokemon is in the active spot, it can evolve during your first turn or during the turn it was put into play. That is great. I mean, getting to skip a turn ahead and potentially get a turn 1 attack is phenomenal. So I'm all for it. This is a busted Eevee. Terra Orb is an item card that just searches your deck for a Terra Pokemon and puts it into your hand. Free search is always good. I mean, there's been a lot of great free search item cards throughout the past. There was what was it? Cherish Ball got Pokemon. Yeah. This reminds me a lot of Cherish Ball, which was an item card that searched out Pokemon GX for free. Cherish Ball saw play in quite a few decks. Terra Orb is not quite as good as Cherish Ball, as it only gets Terra Pokemon. It doesn't get all Pokemon EX. If it got all Pokemon EX, it would be on the same level as Cherish Ball, but Terra Orb's still not bad, and it'll certainly see play in some Terra decks. I think that, for Dragapult especially, if you've ever played Dragapult EX, then you know how annoying it is to have to play those Ultra Balls to go get your Dragapult into play. So Terra Orb being able to just go fetch the Dragapult for free is going to be a total game changer. I'm going to go over all the ace specs at the end. Ceruledge EX is a really cool Stage 1 Fire-type Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Abyssal Flame, costs 1 fire energy and does 30 damage. Excuse me. It does 30 damage plus 20 more damage for each energy card in your discard pile. That is an infinite damage ceiling. Not truly infinite, okay, but it's a lot of damage. You could do a lot of damage with this. If you're playing a deck with like 17 energy in it, if you got 15 energy in the discard pile, you can use Abyssal Flame for 330 damage. That's 330 damage for just 1 fire energy. And there are lots of ways to get energy into the discard pile in Standard right now. You've got Radiant Greninja with concealed cards. You've got Squawkabilly EX with the Squawk and Seize ability. You've got Pokestop. You've got Earthen Vessel, which can discard an energy and go get 2 more energy out of your deck. You've got Ultra Ball. There are lots of ways to get those energy into the discard pile quickly to take big knockouts with Ceruledge EX. Now, Ceruledge also has the Amethyst Rage attack, which costs a fire, a psychic, and a metal energy, and it does 280 damage, with the downside that you have to discard all energy from this Pokemon. I don't think that that second attack is ever worth using with Ceruledge EX. I think if you're playing the Ceruledge EX deck, you should absolutely try to attack with Abyssal Flame. It's a really good attack. It can do more damage than Amethyst Rage. I've actually gotten my hands on Ceruledge EX and have played it quite a bit already, and it is not uncommon to be swinging for 300 damage by turn 3. By turn 2, you're usually doing somewhere in the ballpark of 200 damage. The thing that Ceruledge has to contest with in Standard is that Standard's just so fast. Ceruledge is a deck that's probably going to be winning the game on turn 4. And there are lots of decks that can win the deck, and there are lots of decks that can win the game on turn 3. So the fastest that Ceruledge can possibly win is turn 4, because turn 1, you're not going to be attacking for any meaningful amount of damage because you have to evolve in order to get Ceruledge into play. You could play, Serrano or whatever to instantly evolve up a Charcadet, but that's really not a reliable strategy that's going to be worth using, I don't think. So, Salvatore, yeah. You could play Salvatore to get a turn 1 evolution into Ceruledge EX, but that's not a strategy that's going to be consistent enough to be worth using. So at the fastest, you can take 2 prizes on turn 2, 2 prizes on turn 3, and 2 prizes on turn 4. And there's a certain amount of decks that you will be able to beat by doing that. But it is a tough world out there in Standard right now, and even a card as high of a power level as Ceruledge is going to have a tough time navigating it. All right, let's check out Paradise Dragona. Let's get to it. There's a new Fire-type Ancient Pokemon in town. There's a new Fire-type Ancient card in town, Gouging Fire. It's got 130 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Lunge Out, costs a fire energy and does 30 damage. And then Blazing Support costs 2 fire and a colorless energy, and it does 100 damage plus 70 more damage if your opponent has 4 or fewer prize cards remaining. I don't see this card seeing any play in Standard format, as there are just better Ancient cards to rely on for your Roaring Moon deck, or even your Gouging Fire deck. I don't think would bother playing this single prize attacker. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, it is worth noting that this is a very strong attacker. Being able to swing for 170 damage for 2/3 of the game in Gym Leader Challenge format is incredible. That is about as strong as it gets for basic fire-type Pokemon in GLC right now. And I love that you can play Gouging Fire in your Fire GLC deck. Alongside Entei. Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format, so you can only play one of each card with the same name. But, obviously Entei and Gouging Fire are kind of cousins or like related. They're ancient cousins or whatever. And I think it's really cool that both Entei and Gouging Fire are great single prize attackers for Gym Leader Challenge Fire decks. So that's cool. This is definitely a good card in GLC. Mewtwo is one of my favorite attackers in Psychic GLC decks, and its limit break attack does 180 if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining. That's just half the game, and Mewtwo is incredibly powerful. So Gouging Fire is arguably even stronger, dealing just 10 less damage overall, but being effective throughout more of the game. Your opponent only has to be at 4 or fewer prizes. Black Kyurem EX is a bulk Pokemon EX. He's got 230 HP, the Ice Age attack, which costs 3 colorless energy and does 90 damage. It does auto-paralyze, which is cool, right? Your opponent's active dragon Pokemon is now paralyzed. Sure. And then Black Frost costs 2 water and 2 colorless and does 250 damage, with the drawback being that Kyurem also does 30 damage to itself. I mean, auto paralysis for 3 energy on exclusively dragon Pokemon, I don't really see that being an effective way to win games, but it is a thing that exists. Quaquaval, everybody's favorite water starter, right? Right? Everyone loves Quaquaval, right? Totally cooler than Blastoise, Feraligatr, Swampert, and all those fan favorites. Yes, Quaquaval stands right up next to those guys, doesn't he? I kid. Nobody likes Quaquaval. Quaquaval is a Stage 2 Water-type Pokemon with the Up-Tempo ability, which says once during your turn, you may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. That's a pretty nice ability. In standard format right now, we've still got Bibarel, and Bibarel is kind of your quintessential draw engine, and Quaquaval is certainly not going to replace Bibarel. Bibarel is easier to get into play, and its ability is just as good. In Gym Leader Challenge format, you could set up Quaquaval to help you draw cards, but in GLC, you've already got Octillery, which has the Abyssal Hand ability, which is the same thing as Bibarel's Industrious Incisors. So I really don't see a use case for Quaquaval at all. There are just other cards that do this better. Yeah, Quaquaval not filling to 6 is like, it's rough. Here's the crazy thing. Yeah, Bibarel rotates in the spring, but like, decks don't even need to play Bibarel anymore because they just play Pheasantipity now. Like, Bibarel is kind of washed, bro. It's nuts. You know what also rotates? Irida. And Irida would be what sets this thing up. So, I don't even think, you don't even need draw support anymore. All right, I know I said Magneton is one of my favorite cards in this set, but my other favorite card in this set is Smoochum. This card rules. This card is so good. This card is insane. In the same way that Cleffa ended up kind of being an all-star, right? It's a baby Pokemon, 30 hit points. It allows you to fill your hand to 7 cards for free, and it has free retreat. Smoochum is like in the same realm of awesomeness as Cleffa. It is a basic Pokemon with 30 hit points and free retreat, and the free attack Happy Kiss, which costs nothing. It's free, like I said. And it allows you to search your deck for up to 2 basic Psychic Energy cards and attach them to one of your benched Pokemon. This is like a TM Turbo Energize for free. It's better than TM Turbo Energize because you don't have to get the tool out, and you don't have to have an energy attached to the Smoochum in order to accelerate energy into play. So what that means is that with the turn 1 Smoochum, you can get 3 relevant energy allocated where you want them on your board, because you can attach an energy from hand to an attacker that you want to use while keeping it safe on the bench. And you can use Happy Kiss to get 2 more Psychic Energy out of your deck and attach them to one of your benched Pokemon. So Smoochum, I think, is a total rock star. I mean, this card could be good in standard decks that play Psychic Energy, and it can also be really good in Gym Leader Challenge decks. I see myself playing Smoochum in almost every one of my Psychic GLC decks. I'll play Smoochum and Cleffa. I don't care. I'll give up those prize cards. It's worth it. These guys are so good. And honestly, I love the baby Pokemon kind of aesthetic, mechanic, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a mechanic, but the baby Pokemon during this era have kind of all had 30 hit points. They all have free retreat and they all have free attacks. I kind of like that. I think it's a fun way to have baby Pokemon, and the concept of baby Pokemon exist in the Pokemon TCG right now. I'm all about it, and this is definitely one of the best ones they've printed recently. Latios EX is a Pokemon EX with 210 HP and the Skyline Chili ability, which says your basic Pokemon have no retreat cost. That's crazy. What? Really? I thought it only reduced the retreat cost by 1. Are you kidding me? Really? No retreat cost? And then it has an attack that does 200 damage. This is crazy. I mean, you could play this card in Raging Bolt decks. You could play this card in Miraidon decks. You could play this card in your Roaring Moon decks. It just gives them free retreat. Are you serious? I can't believe it. Honest to goodness, I thought that it reduced the retreat cost by like 1. That's just nuts. Okay, so imagine this. You play it in your Miraidon deck. You don't have to worry about finding switch cards anymore. All of the cards in your deck are basics. So you get Latios EX out. You can afford bench space for Latios EX because you're playing the new Pikachu EX with the Area Zero Underdepths Stadium card, and you're playing Area Zero Underdepths because that allows your Raikou V to be able to use Lightning Rondo for like 300 damage if the benches are filled. So Latios EX is just like an auto slide into your Miraidon EX deck. It also feels like it would be a good slide into your Raging Bolt deck. If you're playing Raging Bolt with Area Zero Underdepths, you can have a huge bench. You already got your Teal Mask Ogerpon, which is a Terra Pokemon, so you could play Area Zero Underdepths in your Raging Bolt deck and then have a Latios EX on the bench, which gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. So that's also really good. And yeah, in Roaring Moon decks, I mean, Pecharunt EX is better in some ways, but also it does poison your guy. And if you don't want your Roaring Moon to be poisoned, I definitely have had that poison damage kind of bite me in the butt sometimes. Latias EX is also a great option. It literally gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. I really can't believe it. This is just crazy. Sorry, Flygon enjoyers. This card is also not good. Flygon. Fighting type, stage 2 Pokemon EX, 310 HP. It's got the Stormy Retreat attack, which costs a fighting energy, and it does 130 damage. And then you may switch this Pokemon with a Pokemon on your bench. Hit and run. Not good, especially when your hit and run is only doing 130 damage. There are a million ways to gust your opponent's Pokemon in Standard right now. Boss's Orders, Pokemon Catcher, Counter Catcher, Prime Catcher, Iron Bundle, whatever. There are way too many ways to bring up your opponent's bench Pokemon and swing into them. Not to mention, Stormy Retreat isn't knocking out squat. I mean, 130 damage is terrible. You're not even hitting 2-hit KOs with Stormy Retreat. It's like pitiful how bad of an attack this is. At the very minimum, you need to be 2-hit KOing things, but Stormy Retreat is like a 3-hit KO on almost everything that's relevant. And then Sonic Peridot costs a water, a fighting, and a metal, and it does 100 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. That sounds cool until you remember that many of the best Pokemon EX in Standard format right now are, say it with me, Terra Pokemon. And what do we know about Terra Pokemon? They cannot be damaged on the bench. So Sonic Peridot doesn't even hit Charizard EX on the bench. It doesn't hit Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. It doesn't even damage Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. It's terrible. It's terrible. Get it? Sorry, Flygon. I love Flygon. Flygon's a cool Pokemon. But just because a Pokemon is cool doesn't mean its card is any good. Sad. Archaludon EX, Big Bridge Man, 300 hit point stage 1 Pokemon EX with the Alloyed build ability, which says when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may attach up to 2 basic metal energy from your discard pile to your metal Pokemon in any way you like. And then the Metal Defender attack costs 3 metal energy, and it does 220 damage, and it gives you the buff that during your opponent's next turn, this Pokemon has no weakness. I like this card. I think metal Pokemon are cool. I think tanky strategies are cool. Archaludon EX is a tanky boy. 300 HP on a stage 1 Pokemon that's a beefy dude right there. Going to be tough to knock out. You turn off your own weakness. That means Radiant Charizard can't even one-hit KO you. You can play Turo Scenario, so you can swing with Archaludon EX and then soak a hit and then use Turo Scenario to pick up Archaludon EX and then re-evolve one of your Duraludon and then, boom, use Alloy Build, attach energy from your discard pile, and keep going. The problem with Archaludon is that we live in a one-hit KO world, and Raging Bolt EX exists, and it is tough for your tanky decks out there, okay? Because the Pokemon Company has been printing cards that just annihilate things. Your Roaring Moons, your Raging Bolts, these are basic Pokemon that just do infinite damage for 3 energy. It's tough to be a tanky boy that only does 220 damage, right? I mean, you're an evolved Pokemon that can't withstand hits from basic Pokemon. How bad does that feel? Power level wise, how bad does that feel? So it's tough. If you're trying to do a tank and heal strategy right now, there are just a lot of ways to hit those one-hit KOs. Almost every deck is trying to do it. Like I said, decks are trying to win in 4 turns. So Archaludon is going to be only as good as it can survive hits. If it can survive hits, it's dealing 220 damage a turn. It's not necessarily one-hit KOing things either. So it's going to have to survive lots of hits in order to keep up in the fast-paced standard metagame. I think this card is cool. There's also the single prize Archaludon, which can give your Pokemon with metal energy attached free retreat, so that's nice. And you can pivot between various Archaludon. I had a version of this deck with Revavroom that I was playing, and it was a lot of fun. You can use Revavroom, Rumbling Engine, discard an energy, and then fill your hand to 6, and then you can use Alloy Build to accelerate those energy right back into play. Archaludon EX, I think, is a fine card. It's not absolutely terrible, but, I'd be really excited if it did big things at tournaments, but I don't really expect that with how easy it is to take one-hit KOs right now. Speaking of one-hit KOs, man. Speaking of one-hit KOs, we've got Alolan Exeggutor EX, a new Stage 1 Dragon-type Pokemon with 300 HP and 2 attacks. Tropical Fever costs a grass and water, does 150 damage, and you can choose any number of basic energy from your hand and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. This kind of attack typically has not been very good, and I don't think it is any good now. There are better ways to accelerate energy into play. And then Swinging Sphere costs a grass, a water, and a fighting energy, and then you flip a coin. If heads, knock out your opponent's active basic Pokemon. If tails, knock out one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon. I don't think a standalone Exeggutor EX deck is the way to go. Honestly, if you're up against non-basic decks, Swinging Sphere is not very effective, and Tropical Fever is only doing 150 damage. So you could play Alolan Exeggutor EX in your Regidrago V-Star deck, sure. But there's almost always attacks that are better for doing whatever you need to do. And Alolan Exeggutor is kind of like a funny option if you're playing against like a Raging Bolt deck with your Regidrago V-Star deck, sure. Because they're always going to have a basic in the active or a basic on the bench. If you're playing against like Miraidon, sure, right? An interesting option for your Regidrago V-Star deck against big basic decks, but is it worth the include? Probably not. This Dialga is actually awesome for Gym Leader Challenge formats, and I'm really stoked to see Dragon get some more tools for GLC formats, in that Dragon Pokemon seem to be kind of rarely printed during the Scarlet and Violet block. Dialga's got a nice, respectable 130 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Time Control, costs a colorless energy and allows you to search your deck for 2 cards and stack them on top of your deck in any order. That's phenomenal. And then Buster Tail costs a Psychic and a Metal Energy and also a colorless energy, so 3 energy, and it does 160 damage. Lots of Pokemon in the Dragon GLC deck do 160 damage. This is fine. And with a Psychic and a Metal attack requirement, you do kind of share an attack requirement with Ultra Necrozma. You share an attack requirement with Ultra Necrozma, which is another powerful dragon Pokemon for the dragon pool. So it's nice to have those two that can both utilize the same types of energy. Time Control is nice because you can stack your deck and then the following turn, draw into maybe a research and then play the professor's research to then draw into the next card that you stacked. So great for that. You can also use Time Control and ensure that if your opponent's going to play an Iono or a Marnie, that you see those cards the next turn. So that's nice. I mean, consistency cards are really great, especially in Gym Leader Challenge format. So I really like what this card brings to Dragon, as Dragon can sometimes be inconsistent, but having another phenomenal starter just makes this card all that much better. You can go turn 1 time control, stack double Dragon on top of your deck, right? I mean, stack research, double Dragon, and then you're like, cool. Next turn, draw into research, play research. Here's my double Dragon. That's a turn 2 Buster Tail for 160. Turn 2 160 in GLC, it's about as good as it gets. So I love it. This has got to be one of the worst Terra Pokemon to exist. It's not as bad as Tatsugiri EX, but it's down there. Cyclizar EX, 210 hit point, colorless Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Breakthrough, costs 3 colorless energy, and it does 130 damage and 30 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. That is weak. That's weak. I mean, honestly, if that attack was on a single prize Pokemon, it would be like pretty good. But on a Pokemon that gives up 2 prizes, no, that's tough. And then Zircon Road costs a Grass, a Fire, and a Psychic, does 180 damage, and you could draw 5 cards. Not worth it for the attack cost. We're almost there, folks. Time for more trainers and supporters. We've got some new items. I hate this card. Helper Bell. You can only use this card if you go second and only on your first turn. Hate it. I hate cards that you can only play on the first turn of the game. They're so stupid. They clutter up deck building, and they are indicative of the turbo fast format that we have in Standard right now. I absolutely hate this kind of card design. You get to search your deck for a supporter card and put it into your hand. All right, and then it's a dead card for the rest of the game. Can't stand it. I wish this kind of thing didn't exist, and I hope that Pokemon stops printing these kinds of cards. Dusk Ball is an item card. Dusk Ball is an item card kind of like Great Ball, but you get to look at the bottom of your deck instead. Look at the bottom 7 cards of your deck, reveal a Pokemon you find there, and put it into your hand. Neato. I expect this card to be just as good as Great Ball is. Disruptive Letter is an item card. Says your opponent counts how many cards they have in their hand, shuffles them, puts them at the bottom of their deck, and then draws that many cards. This type of effect has existed before. There was Peaking Red Card, which did see some small amount of play during its time. It's funny because with a card like this, you can catch your opponent slipping. You ever see your opponent play their entire hand down to like 1 or 2 cards, and you know that the card that they have in their hand is like a research, right? Well, say your opponent does that, and then, you know, they limit their hand to 2 cards, leaving themselves with a research for next turn. Then you play the Disruptive Letter, put it to the bottom of the deck, get the next 2 cards, right? And then they dead draw. But the thing is, in Standard format right now, hand disruption is not real. Mew EX exists. Radiant Greninja exists. Teal Mask Ogerpon exists. And Pheasantipity EX exists. Hand disruption is at an all-time low, which is crazy, because they just printed Iono in Paldea Fates, right? Paldea Evolved. They just printed Iono in Paldea Evolved. So, like, comeback mechanics and all that were supposed to be, like, a major part of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon TCG set. But it feels like with printing Pheasantipity EX and Mew EX, they have just completely thrown all hand disruption out the window. So, it's a terrible time to be a hand disruption card. It's never felt like a worse time to try and disrupt your opponent's hand. Dragon's Potion is an item card that allows you to heal 60 damage from your active dragon Pokemon. Very neat. Let's go next. Pasho Berry says, yep. Pasho Berry is one of those defensive berries, but it decreases the damage that your Pokemon takes from water Pokemon. Extremely neat. Counter Gain is back, and this is a big card. Counter Gain is quite good. It's a tool card that makes it so that the Pokemon that it's attached to has its attack cost reduced by 1 colorless, so long as you're behind on prizes. So you can make powerful attacks easier to use with Counter Gain. And there are cards in Standard that can make it so that you are behind on prizes, like Dusknoir, the new Magneton, cards that sack a prize, can activate Counter Gain, making it so that you can attack 1 turn quicker. Yeah, it's a good card, and I think it's going to see play, just like it saw play the first time it was Standard legal. Supporters, Drayton allows you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, reveal a Pokemon and a trainer card you find there, and put them into your hand. It's kind of like, meh, I don't love it. It's like the Great Ball of supporters. I'd rather play a supporter card that allowed me to, like, go get something specific. I'd even rather play Bill's Analysis, which allows you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck and put 2 trainer cards you find there into your hand. A single trainer and a single Pokemon, it's not great. Surfer is quite good. Supporters that give you a switching out have been good in Standard. I mean, allowing you to draw cards and switch at the same time, that's just great. I'm reminded of Birdkeeper from formats past, which saw quite a bit of play. Surfer allows you to switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon and then draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. I would say that Surfer is not quite as powerful as Birdkeeper. Birdkeeper giving you the switch effect and then draw 3 is, I'd say, marginally better than a Field of 5, though you could make an argument for either one. There are obviously some scenarios where Surfer would be better than Birdkeeper, but then there are some scenarios where Birdkeeper is better than Surfer. So Surfer is about in that same power level of supporter as Birdkeeper, and I think a welcome addition to Standard. Drasna. Shuffle your hand into your deck and flip a coin. If heads, draw 8 cards. If tails, draw 3 cards. I am reminded of Gambler from the Fossil expansion. A trainer card, you flipped a coin. If heads, shuffle, draw 8. If tails, draw 1. This isn't as bad as Gambler, but, you know, the upside of 8, the downside of 3, are you feeling lucky? And then, you guys know how I've been saying that there are a million ways to bring your opponent's bench Pokemon into the active spot? Well, now there's 1,000,001. Lycia's Appeal. Switch in one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon to the active spot. The new active Pokemon is now confused. A neat take on the already busted formula of supporter cards bringing up bench Pokemon into the active spot. The confusion effect, I mean, how much of a difference is that really going to make when we're using Gust cards in Standard? We're really just trying to bring Pokemon into the active spot to knock them out. So, funny enough, Lycia's Appeal could, play a bigger role in Gym Leader Challenge format because it's another supporter-based Gust card that can be played alongside Boss's Orders and Guzma. So now in GLC, you've got Lysia's Appeal, Guzma, and Boss's Orders. So if you have a deck where you wanted to play 3 guaranteed Gust options, you could do that, since you can't play multiple of the same card in GLC. In Standard, I do see Boss's Orders just being the better card. The Confusion Edition, like I said, doesn't really matter because we exist in a one-hit KO format. So not really a card that's going to be great in Standard unless Boss's Orders rotates. If Boss's Orders rotates, then whoopee! I actually think it would be great for the game if Boss's Orders did rotate. And probably be great for the game if all Pokemon with over 200 hit points rotated as well. But, you know, that's a conversation for a different day. Let's talk about the A-Specs. All right, it's A-Spec time. Let's review all of the brand new shiny and pink A-Specs we're going to get in Surging Sparks. First up, we've got Energy Search Pro. Search your deck for any number of basic energy of different types, reveal them, and put them into your hand. Finally, a card for my Grafii deck, or Grafii, or whatever. Finally, the perfect card for my Grafii deck. Yeah. You could also play this with Golden Go, all right? Golden Go EX. You could find the Energy Search Pro and then, boom, go get a bunch of different energy out of your deck and then make it rain and discard all of them. Sure. Megaton Blower. I don't want to waste my A-Spec on a Field Blower, man. Discard all Pokemon tool cards and special energy attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon, and discard any stadium in play. All right, this is a lot better than Field Blower. I was lying. Discard all tools and all special energy, and discard a stadium. I mean, they don't call it the Megaton Blower for nothing. All special energy? I mean, sure. Okay. Like I said earlier with the Ceruledge, was it Ceruledge? Yeah. Like I said earlier with the Ceruledge, this effect is like exclusively good against Lugia, but it is kind of neat. I mean, I guess if there became a situation where removing all of this stuff is really good, then Megaton Blower is the A-Spec for you. Rich Energy provides a colorless energy, and when you attach it from your hand to one of your Pokemon, draw 4 cards. Draw 4! It's kind of nice. Is it as good as other cards like Legacy Energy? Probably not, but who doesn't like drawing 4 cards? What did we say this card was going to be called? Perfect Mixer. Apparently the Elegant Blender or something. Beautiful Blender. Somebody said it's been revealed on Poke Beach, right? Was anybody listening? The chatter said it. Someone in the chat said. Brilliant Blender. There we go. Thanks, Peter. Perfect Mixer, which apparently is being translated to Beautiful Blender, allows you to search your deck for up to 5 cards and discard them. It's crazy to think that Battle Compressor was just an item card you could play 4 of in your deck and allowed you to discard 3 cards from your deck. Beautiful Blender is an increase of 2, discard 5. Feels bad. Battle Compressor was like one of the most broken item cards ever printed, but Beautiful Blender is nice for decks that want to send cards to the discard pile, like Ceruledge EX, being able to increase the damage you're dealing with Abyssal Flame by 100 is quite good. You could play this in Lugia, right? I mean, Are you going to take out that Legacy Energy? You probably don't want to do that. I mean, Legacy Energy is a pretty good card, but Beautiful Blender could make it, more convenient to get Archeops into the discard pile for Lugia's Summoning Star. Precious Carrier allows you to search your deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So, kind of the craziest Battle VIP pass you ever did see. The craziest Buddy Poffin. I don't think the Precious Carrier is worth playing because cards like Buddy Poffin and Nest Ball exist. Just play those. I mean, yeah, if you have an Area 0 Underdepths in play and a Terra Pokemon in play, you could Precious Carrier to fill your bench to 8. Yeah. Okay. But this is an effect that can be replicated easily by other item cards. Just play your Nest Balls and your Buddies and fill your bench that way. And then use your A-Spec on something that's totally broken and provides an effect that cannot be replicated any other way. Like Scramble Switch. Scramble Switch is so back right now. What a crazy card. It's a switch. It's an energy switch. It's a game changer. It's a playmaker. Scramble Switch says you get to switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Then you can move as many energy attached to the old active Pokemon to the new active Pokemon as you like. This card is really good in decks that play like tank and heal strategies. It is. And it was played in Primal Groudon EX decks back in the day because Primal Groudon EX was very difficult to knock out. So Primal Groudon would soak a hit, and then you could move all the energy to a new Primal Groudon. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world right now where Pokemon are difficult to knock out. We live in a world where everything is getting knocked out in one hit, which means that cards like Scramble Switch are not quite as powerful as they would be in a tank and heal kind of format. I do think this is a good tank and heal card. You can do things like Scramble Switch energy off of one Pokemon, then Turo that Pokemon up to heal it, like that kind of stuff. But as I've kind of been saying throughout the video, it's just not a good time to be a tank and heal deck. Maybe that changes. You could still use Scramble Switch effectively in decks to act as an energy switch. I mean, you could even play this in Regidrago V-Star decks just to help move energy onto your Regidrago V-Star, right? Because if you've got like a Teal Mask Ogerpon with 2 grass energy on it, boom, Scramble Switch onto the Regidrago, here's a fire, and I'm swinging. So Scramble Switch is definitely really good in decks like that. Any deck that plays Energy Switch might also consider Scramble Switch. But is it better than Prime Catcher? I would say no. However, it is at least worth considering in decks like that. Amulet of Hope is a tool card. Says if the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you may search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them into your hand. Hello, Radiant Jirachi. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the Amulet of Hope and I'm going to put it on my Radiant Jirachi and I'm going to tell my opponent, you must knock me out, please. And when they do, I'm going to search my deck for 6 game-breaking cards and I'm going to win the game. How's that sound? This is a very funny card. I don't really like it because it's a reactive card. It's not a proactive card. It's a card that gets triggered by your opponent. Your opponent has to swing into it. So if you're dead drawing and you have the Amulet of Hope in the active spot, your opponent could just be like, I'm not going to take that, right? I'm not going to give you those 3 cards. And you're giving your opponent too much power over the game. Whereas if you're playing a proactive card like Prime Catcher, you get to take an action on the game as soon as you play it. I think Amulet of Hope is kind of cheesy, and I mean, it's about as good as Radiant Jirachi, which is not great. Miraculous Intercom is an item card that allows you to choose up to 2 supporter cards from your discard pile and put them into your hand. It's crazy to think that we just had Versus Seeker, which allowed you to just get a supporter card from your discard pile into your hand. And that was just a item that exists, and you played 4 of them, and you could just get whatever supporter you wanted at any point in time. Is Miraculous Intercom better than Palpad? I mean, yeah. Slightly. It gets the supporters back to hand. Palpad puts them into the deck. But you know what Palpad has going for it is that it's not one of these pink A specs. So Palpad is probably just going to be the preferred card. You just play Palpad instead, put the supporters back into your deck, and then go find them. However, Miraculous Intercom is just not a great A spec, unfortunately. And we have done it. That does it for the Scarlet and Violet Surging Sparks set review. Thank you all so much for watching. If you are interested in getting your hands on cards from Surging Sparks, make sure to check out the pre-orders for Surging Sparks sealed product available at fullgripgames.com. Shopping at fullgripgames.com directly supports the content that I create here on Tricky Gym. Hopefully you enjoyed the set review. Let me know what you think of the upcoming set in the comments below. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. See ya. And that, folks, is going to do it for the stream. Oh, yeah. I'm out of here. It's Friday. Time for me to get a move on. We'll play Pokemon Pocket on Monday, okay? That's what we got. Monday, TCG Pocket. Y'all have a great weekend. Go Ravens. See ya.